talk a little bit louder. It's okay for your head. So, did you like the party a little bit yesterday? I asked him and he said, yeah! And I also asked him for permission to use this photo just to start you and remind you a little bit of our crazy party. I mean, I don't know exactly, but maybe we had Campino from the Toten Hosen as DJ. That was pretty cool. And yeah, we will remember it, but now we have to concentrate. That was pretty cool, but now it's work. Now we have talks, some organizational things about the lightning talks. There are some speakers and they have to contact the registration desk, Lisa, and because we would collect all the PowerPoint, keynote slides together, that we have it all in one slide, because with 8 different lightning talks we can't switch the notebooks. So Samuel Heuser has to contact the registration desk, and Christian Döring, and Bastian Heinz, and Christopher Dehne. The other ones are already in contact with Lisa. So yeah, we had the idea to vote the best 7 ones, and there were 8. And 4 of them had the smallest number of votes, so how to decide? And so we decided we have this 5 minutes more, and you have one topic more, one interesting topic, so we have all the 8 suggested topics as lightning talks. So now we would like to start with the official part, with the keynote, and give a loud welcome to our keynote speaker.
Please welcome on stage, Jordi Boggiano.
Thank you, and good morning. Just first, a little note of, because last time I drank a Sprite on stage, people in the back thought it was a beer, and then they commented later that, like, what the hell the speaker was drinking on stage. This is a Sprite, there's no alcohol. All right, so now that that's out of the way, yesterday morning I was kind of disappointed because, well, I'm not really from the Neos community, and I'm not really up to speed with what's going on here. So when Robert he said that TypoScript was now called Fusion, and I was really disappointed because at home I have this book still, and it's still in the packaging, as you can see. So I think I'm gonna hold on to it now, and probably it's gonna gain value at some point. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so that shows you how much I know about the Neos and typo stuff. Well, unfortunately, I mean, that's not what I'm here to talk about, but that's okay. I hope I can still bring you some insights. So who am I? I am the maintainer of Composer and Packagist, also Monologue and a bunch of other libraries. So what this means is just that I've been doing this for a while, and I think I have a lot of experience maintaining stuff, and it doesn't make me anything special, but it just means I maybe have something I can pass on to you. And so what I want to do with this talk really is to kind of show you my perspective. Because I don't know, how many of you are maintaining a repository of any kind? Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, that's maybe half of the audience. So that's good. I hope I can teach you all something about, how to deal better with that. And for the others, I hope I can also help you interact better with maintenance people, like maintainers. Because I think that's one of the big issues, that we have like some people that just consume open source and don't really realize what it takes from the other side, and they don't interact always very nicely. And so like I hope I can bring everyone to be better open source citizens, let's say. Okay, so to get started, I just want to look at the lifetime of a project. So as I experienced it, at least with Composer, which is a fairly large-scale project, but I mean, I realize it doesn't apply to everything the same, but I think there's still some takeaways there. So at first you have excitement. That's, I mean, again, like depending on the scale of the project, it's gonna be a different scale as well, but like back in the days, I don't know, like 5 years ago or something, so Composer is going to be 6 years old. Like the first commit is going to be 6 years old on Wednesday, I think. So next Wednesday. So it's been a while. So these were like in the first year, I would say, you know. People were like trying it out and it wasn't really working yet, but they were still really excited about it. And that's all fine and fun. And then you get to this commodification phase where people get used to having that tool. And it's like, you know, electricity, it's a commodity, just push the button, light turns on. If light doesn't turn on, you get mad, right? Because it's not, that's not how it's supposed to be. And so there you get the same effect where people just suddenly, if it doesn't work exactly the way they expect it to, they start complaining. And it gets less fun, slowly. I mean, whatever, it's just 2 minutes, but hey. Then you get things like this, you know, the obvious adaptations of XKCD comics. I mean, that's just bound to happen, I guess, but that's okay. This one was also pretty cool, I think, just because it's hand-drawn and like, you know, I like that people take the time to to express their madness, and then like like they then posted it on Twitter, and obviously these things are never really posted towards me, like they don't mention me or anything, but I just look at like Twitter searches and I see stuff like that popping up, and I mean now I can laugh about it, but it's not always funny when you see it. Like, I mean, it's not just me, obviously. You have, like, so, at least it's nothing special with Composer. On the other hand, like, there's a good side as well to having this big project that you get these kind of, you know, silly accounts that suddenly start paying attention to your project, and like you're kind of part of the community. Like, let's say the project is part of the community as a whole. So yeah, you get just funny tweets like that, or like this one advising you to type rmrf/ to get the latest features, and yeah, I mean, anyway, it's just silly things, but it's fun. Like, it's ups and downs. And then finally you get to this maintenance stage, and that's like, you know, that's from, I don't know which point you get there exactly, but then that's it. That's the rest of the life of the project, basically. It's just maintenance and you coasting in that stage. And that, so I have this chart. It was like some website that's gone now, but that collected all the stats from GitHub, and it showed you like statistics about what you do and when and stuff. But what I find really interesting is in the bottom there, you see, so from my GitHub activity, what I do most is like this half on the right there is comments on issues. And then you have like the green is new issues, so that's also kind of just like writing content, right? Like not actually coding. And yeah, so like this pushes is really the only thing that's kind of coding. And that's like a tiny slice of the pie. And I think this really highlights like what maintenance is. It's not about coding and it's not glamorous. It's just a lot of politics and talking to people, right? Like it's a lot of interacting and support and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what it is. Now, yeah, I'd just like to go a bit further into these aspects of maintenance and what it all means. So the first one is time. I don't know, like I guess you're mostly working in agencies doing like content stuff here, so I'm fairly sure a lot of you had to compromise at some point because you had like some situations like that where the client wants this and they want to pay this and then you have a problem. So like open source, usually the budget is actually zero. So that you might see the problem to begin with, but then also the clients, they tend to want everything, like because any idea that someone has that maybe would fit in your library, well, probably you should really do it. Like that's just how it is. So that's not extremely sustainable as it is. So this leads to a few issues. One is work-life balance, for sure. Like it's quite tough. You have things like I guess you're familiar with that, this GitHub like contribution graph that they show on your profile page. So that's like someone working for Mozilla, I think, who is basically paid to do open source, and that's awesome. That helps a lot with the work-life balance stuff. So you see, like those are Monday to Fridays, and then the weekends they're like on top, and the bottom line there's basically no contribution. Like virtually nothing. That's pretty healthy, like weekend thing. And then you have this approach of like the burnout pattern, which is kind of funny, but also not really. Like, I mean, it's yeah. Then I looked at mine. When I saw this, I was looking at my history, and I thought, like, okay, like 2013 was kind of all over the place, and like there's no clear pattern because I don't know, I'm just messy, and I work at the weekends, and I work here and there, and then I'm gone for 3 days at the conference, and then like it's just not really structured. And then there, I don't know if you spot the difference, but there's a massive 2-month gap there where I just said I'm done, and like I completely couldn't deal with this stuff anymore, and like GitHub emails and stuff, I was just nope. And so yeah, all of summer there I was just crashed and burned kind of. And I mean then like August was mostly holidays, and so that helped me recover a little bit, and after that I kind of picked up slowly again, but it's just it's not the right way to do it, I think. So I would say like really learn to think about this. And I mean, yesterday over lunch we were discussing this burnout stuff a little bit as well. If you ask around, like I'm sure you know a bunch of people that have experienced some amount of burnout. Like it's always different how the way it kind of presents itself with people, and some are just gonna be depressed, some are gonna get angry at everything, and so I don't know exactly how to tell you like, oh, you should, if you see these signs, I don't know, but if you just feel miserable overall, maybe you should think about why. And like, because usually I find that like reading a bit about this stuff, it seems like it's rarely like inflicted by the environment. Like it's not often that it's your boss going like, you have to work more, and then like pushing you into the drain. It's usually self-inflicted. It's like people that think they're passionate about stuff and they want to do more and more and more. And like with this, like with me, it's like open source. Yeah, I really like doing it, but then there's no boundary, there's no time restrictions really, and like you have this sense of responsibility and so on. You just build up on that, and you go like, I don't know. It's slowly it just drives you mad. So yeah, just think about this. From the other side, like what can you do to just avoid wasting people's time? Because like those maintainers are like giving their time to you and to the community. So I think respecting that is kind of important. I would say like issues like this, it's kind of funny. It's someone saying, oh, the logo is like a conductor and not a composer, and we had many jokes about this. But at the same time, it's nonsense, right? Like it's just a waste of time. Like, so you can argue it was done as a joke and it's okay, but I don't know. Like it's a fine line, let's say. This one is definitely over the line for me. It's someone arguing that you should use the EN dash instead of a hyphen in the license file between the 2 years in the license file. And they then have like, what is it, like 20 comments about this, discussing the merits of different types of hyphens and dashes and whatnot. And you're like, people, what are you doing? Like, this is just like complete waste of time. No, I mean, if you have the time, great, but I think it's, maybe you could spend it on something more interesting.
It came only up after more than 15,000 issues, so it's not that bad.
That's true. Yeah, I guess they ran out of other problems. After 15,000, they were like, okay, like, that's the only thing left to do in this project. Okay, maybe. That's another problem that I love, the people just writing +1. And I mean, it got a little bit better now that GitHub added this thing where you can just like add a thumbs up to the issue. But it used to be really painful. Like you had issues with 30 of them, and this guy put it really well, I think. Like, how many programmers does it take to +1 a GitHub issue, asking for someone else to screw in a light bulb? And it's, I think I really like it because it shows the problem. Like, it's a lot of people saying, hey, yeah, I want this too. But I want someone else to do it. And like, why? Sometimes I'm like, I look at this and I see 20 people going +1. I'm like, if 20 of you want it, why doesn't someone of you step up and actually do it? Because maybe I don't care and I don't want to do it. Like, it's, this is not a normal situation, I think. When people are like asking for free stuff, and like, it's okay. I understand there are some amount of responsibilities when you're maintaining something in terms of bug fixes and so on, but when it's like a new feature or something, it's, if you all want it so bad, then surely maybe you have time to spend on it as well, right? Yeah, another little thing, but just like going back and closing an issue if you actually manage to solve it yourself, and especially not writing just, actually I fixed it, but write it, I fixed it doing this. That's really helpful, because then the next person that Googles for it finds that issue. They don't just find like this one line saying, oh, I fixed it, and then they're like, oh, thanks. I'm sure you've found some of that sometime. Like, this happens to me all the time as well. But, yeah. Then one thing like that we worked on last few months to kind of try and afford us more time, because the famous time is money kind of saying. We worked on this packages.com, which is so packages.org is like the open source stuff, and now we launched this .com a few months ago to do basically private package hosting and mirroring of your open source stuff. So you can like install from us or from GitHub. So you get like a mirror URL. So if GitHub is down, you're not stuck. You can still deploy and stuff like that. So we have a few features there in terms of managing dependencies. I hope that helps. So we're selling that. So I don't want to take more of the time with the sales pitch, but just saying like it's out there. I'd appreciate if you go have a look. And if you have questions, just come talk to me afterwards. Then pride is, that's a nice feeling, right? Pride is good. So we have things like this where Spotify tweeted that they're using Symfony and Composer stuff and and that was cool. Like, it's nice to see that you're making a difference somehow in the world. I mean, not that Spotify makes a big difference, but it's, your stuff is being used by others to build things, and that's good. Like, it's, I think that's definitely a good feeling, no matter at which scale it is, really. And you also, like, I think another good aspect is you bring pride to people. Like this guy saying that his first open source pull request was accepted, and he says he's well chuffed, which is British for excited. But yeah, so that's good. Like, it's basically just hitting this merge button. Like, I made this guy really happy. That's nice. Like, it's a nice power to have, to just make people happy with a green button. And then there's also like the kind of aspect of teaching and learning stuff. And like, I personally learned a lot just dealing with people's issues and like fixing bugs sometimes of someone on some weird platform or you just learn a lot of things. And in this case, it's like, just this random comment I did on a pull request, and the guy's like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I've just been doing it for 10 years the wrong way, kind of, and, it's nothing big, but it's nice. Someone learned something, I learned something else while reviewing, and we're all learning stuff, so that's good. Then we have anger, which is not as nice. So I'll let you read it, because I probably can't read it out loud. But anyway, like, this is just an angry Australian man. There were 7 tweets, I think. When I woke up, like, I had to cut some because it doesn't fit. But it just went on and on from there, and I thought, like, what? What the hell? Like, so like, someone in Australia that tells you, like, why are you not answering me and while you're sleeping? Like, this is unacceptable. While at the same time insulting me and just questioning choices that don't matter, because like Solr and Elasticsearch are built on the same technology anyway. Like, it's just like, this is complete nonsense and whatever. To be honest, like, this doesn't even hurt because it's just silly. Like, it's going so far that you can't take it seriously. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not even playing that game. Like, it's sure, it would be one way, but it's not really worth it to engage with people like that, I think.
You hit back now quite nicely.
Sorry?
You hit back now quite nicely.
Yeah, well, in a way, but the guy deleted his Twitter account actually in the meantime, so I don't know. This one hurts a little bit more though, because that was again like someone tweeting this photo, and I don't know if you see exactly what's going on, but this one is like a locomotive that went through a station. Like, it didn't stop on time, and that's like 100 years ago or something. It just like destroyed the station basically. So like, that's the image of the train wreck. And then they photoshopped this composer thing on it, and then they printed it, and then they did this other one as well, which is like, again, it took me a while to notice what it was. I thought it was this weird pineapple on it, but then it's actually a rope going around, and it's like a hangman composer. And like, you see that these people did that, and like, they printed it and put it on the wall and wasted some fine stickers on it, and it's like... And then they took the photo and then posted it on Twitter. Like, there was a whole process. Like, they were really pissed off. And like, I don't know. So that hits a little bit closer, and then you go like, oh no, like, it's just, it's just not nice when you see stuff like that. But then again, I see other things like this was from a post by Lennart Poettering, which is one of the systemd maintainers. I don't know if you're familiar with the whole controversy there, but they're not happy. Some people are not happy, and then some people go too far, like collecting bitcoins to hire a hitman for him and stuff like that. It's just, like, this is really messed up stuff. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, this is going way too far, and so I'm glad I don't have to deal with things like this. But I want to use this as a point. Like, there was this quote somewhere that the culture of any organization is shaped by the worst behavior the leader is willing to tolerate. And I think if you see that, I think there's some truth to it. And because usually you have like, leadership like kind of sets the tone in the community, and when you have like disrespectful people on top, like Linux, and Mr. Torvalds is not really the most I don't know, diplomatic person, to say the least. Like if you Google a bit, you'll quickly find posts of him like insulting people, and so you have this kind of like thing set from the top that goes, okay, like this is in this community, it's okay to treat people like shit, and that just goes down and down and down, and then you have things like this happening, and that's just sad. So I think you have to be aware of this when you have a library or any kind of project, and I think it applies to any size really. Like no matter the size of the repository and the project and the community, the example you set has an impact, and every interaction you have online has an impact. And so I think that's really important on GitHub especially, but also on Twitter. And like you see, in some communities, people like having fights on Twitter and like, oh, you guys suck. No, you guys suck more. And then, okay, cool. Like, what did we achieve today? But the problem is really when this happens at the top, then you have a lot of people that are following like the community leaders, and so even though you think you're just tweeting at this one person, maybe you have like 500 followers in common, and those 500 people see this bitch fight going on, and like it's just not helping anything. Like it just means that the community as a whole gets more negative and toxic. So just keep that in mind. There are options like this like code of conduct for open source projects and so on, like that might help to set the tone. You can use it, you cannot use it, that's up to you, but I think it's really about what you actually do. Like, your actions are definitely the most important. Because having a code of conduct and then like treating people like crap still, that doesn't work. Yeah, I kind of touched on that, but I think it's really important. Like, if you have someone hitting you with stupid comments, like don't play the game. Just don't reply on the same tone, because it never helps. And like, just that's simple example, not too aggressive, just saying, oh, the composer makes me so sad in so many ways. Like, it's not bad, it's not extremely insulting, but it also doesn't convey any information. So the first reaction always is like, gut instinct. I mean, at least me, I guess a lot of people are the same. You read something like that, you just want to punch back and say, hey, like, screw you, because, like, you make me sad. I don't know. So, like, that's the easy way. But if you just take 5 minutes, go breathe outside, and then come back and say, okay, like, like, just asking, like, what are you trying to say here? Because there's no information. Then actually, most of the time, you de-escalate the conversation to a level that then becomes a conversation and not just a shouting contest. And you get information out of it. And usually, like, people are unhappy, they actually have valuable input because they're not happy. So there's something that's not working for them. So maybe you can learn something from it instead of fighting. Yeah, similarly, like when you get stuff like this, just ranting, and then at the end, I kind of find it interesting, saying like, again, just because you wrote it in your free time doesn't mean you escape the criticism. And I find that a bit borderline, because I agree that, yeah, I wrote it in my free time and I put it out there, and that means, yes, it's okay to criticize the code, and, that's fair, I think. But like, just yelling at me is abuse, is not criticism of the code. Like, there's a distinction there. And I don't need to take that. So in that case, like, when we reach that point in the conversation and you clearly see that this person is not interested in debate, then okay, I'm just like, lock and move on. And they can keep raging behind their keyboard, like, I don't care. Like, just, if you don't go down to their level, then you don't get mad. So thankfully, GitHub lets you log those issues now, which is quite nice. Okay, so that was it for anger. I'm done. We have to go through it, I'm sorry. So misunderstandings. I think it's important to really like understand, and especially, you know, well, I guess most of you know that there are many non-native English speakers in the community. And we're all speaking English online, and like you have people from all sorts of backgrounds and all sorts of I mean, language is one thing, but there's also a culture, and you know, different cultures communicate in very different ways, and that sometimes makes it quite difficult to interact. On the other hand, you also have things like there where there's just no description provided. That does not help a lot, like someone not explaining at all. So I just asked, okay, like what's the point here, because I don't understand. Now I could have merged it because it wasn't a big deal, but I also don't really want to merge it because it's not, I don't see the value. So just ask for clarification if you're not sure. It doesn't hurt. Like, and if people don't answer or don't care enough to explain, then I don't care enough to merge the code. That's like coding style. I think in general try and respect the coding style, but I'm not one to say like, oh, you know, you have one space missing there, so I'm not merging it. I don't think this achieves anything, especially since you have tools that help with reformatting everything these days. I'm just like, if it looks somewhat like the appropriate coding style, I'm okay, I'll just merge it and fix it later, that's fine. But I think like from a, you know, I don't want to prevent people from contributing because of it, but I think it's still nicer, of course, if you like, keep this in mind and respect the coding styles. On the other hand, like stuff like this is just totally unacceptable, I think, without like talking to us before, sending a pull request that changes the entire coding style of the project to follow this Airbnb syntax specification, which I never heard of, and I don't care. Like, it's just, I was like, what is this? Like, it just came out of nowhere. I think we never saw this guy before, never saw him after, and that's just, okay. And, I mean, clearly I did not merge this, but I don't know, like, this, I don't understand what goes on in people's minds sometimes. So another point is really like it's kind of connected, but it's if you want to do big changes, just ask ahead. Because in some cases, like in this, we had one example. You see, it's like 60 commits and 800 lines of code. And like in the description, he was saying, well, you know, we have this new intern that just spent like the last 2 weeks on this, and it's like, it's nice, and we're doing this and this and this. And then I look at it, I'm like, yeah, but I get what you're doing, but don't really want to merge it. Like, it's just a lot of code that it's, you know, I wasn't really comfortable with it. And then we had a discussion about like understanding what they were actually trying to do out of it. And like really in like 10 minutes and 5 comments, they were like, yeah, okay, yeah, we could do it just that way, that's fine. And they don't need this anymore. And you're like, okay, if you could have talked 5 minutes to save those two weeks of work and saving me from feeling horrible from closing this because the guy worked for 2 weeks on it, it's like, that would have been win-win, I would say. So really, like, just don't be afraid to send an issue and say, hey, look, I'd like to do this. Does it make sense or not? And because, yeah, usually the maintainer has a clue about the project and they can help you. Guilt is, that's a funny one, maybe. So I don't know if you know about this Bumblebee project, but yeah, there was a Ruby project, I think, that I think it was called Bumblebee. Like one day I just saw this on Hacker News, you know, top of Hacker News, with hundreds of people making fun of them because they had a typo and they had a RF script, and they put a slash and then they put a space and then they put a variable name, and because of the space, RM is very helpfully going like, okay, I'll remove slash and I'll remove whatever is in the variable. And that's just like everyone updating to the latest version was just wiping their disk, and that was not fun. So you see stuff like that, and it makes you think a little bit, you know. And like one day I woke up and I just saw this email in my inbox, and I'm like, oh man, this is like that was the image in my head. Like I'm like that's it. I'm never walking again. Like I'm done here. It turns out it was okay. Like nobody really noticed, and like I mean, it was. To be honest, it was misused more than a bug in the code, but it was just, yeah, it still happened. Like by using the project, someone still managed to wipe some stuff, which is not good. Like this is not something you want to strive for, let's say. So communication, I think, is really important because down the line, it's all just humans doing stuff, right? Like it's all about code, sure, but it's still humans. And like I think GitHub was really amazing in like fostering open source and making it really easy to contribute and so on. But on the other hand, like it's very dehumanizing, I think, that you just have this button to merge, button to send pull request, button, and it's all very streamlined, but then it's, you just don't need to talk to anyone anymore. And it's good, I guess. Most people like that. But I think like just when you merge something, saying thank you, it doesn't hurt. And actually, I saw, I think last week or like a few weeks ago, they added this thing where they put this badge on the user's line. They say like first time contributor if it's the first time they send you a pull request to the project. And I think that really helps because like that's something I was trying to keep in mind. Like, okay, if I don't recognize that person, I'm just gonna try at least and say thank you at least once because, it's like their first experience with this project and that just puts their expectation and like it puts the mindset that, okay, we're friendly people here. And like this helps because you clearly see, okay, that's the first time someone contributes something to your project. You probably wanna be a little bit nicer than you would otherwise, like just to welcome them in and not like say, hey, that's not how we do it, you should know better. Like, no, come on. So yeah, just think about that. Another quick thing is like, it's not about this, but it's really just about this easy pig tag here, this label that I'm using that on a few projects. I think it's helpful to have something that highlights stuff that's easy to get in. So it's like usually I tag issues with that I think are not extremely important, like they're not urgent to be fixed, but they're also pretty easy to fix probably if someone cares to do it. So that's a good entry point. If someone wants to contribute and they see this like easy pig tag, I don't know, like I guess other projects use other names, but I think that's a good way to get people in. Yeah, that's just another point about communicating properly. Saying, do you have problems? I'm like, I don't know, do you? It's just sometimes I can't help. I can't help myself. I have to make fun of people. But so you see, like that was the problem. Okay, like then maybe if you send the error line or something, then maybe we can help you. If you just say, do you have problems? We really can't help. Like. So yeah, just think back. Like if you want to report an issue, really like say what is not going well and like why it's not going well, and just information. It always helps. Community. That's I think that's one of the best points, really. Like for me at least. Like it includes stuff like conferences. I mean, like I don't know about you, but like. I mean, as I mentioned, I am not from this community here, so I didn't really know anyone. I mean, apart from Robert, who invited me. So I don't know. Yesterday, I probably met like 20 different people, and that's cool. Like, just met a bunch of new people, friendly, all of them, I think. So no, this is good. Like. You have other good aspects, like I think this was for the third birthday. I got this cake in the mail, like this post box with a cake in it. I didn't know you could mail cake, but so that was cool. that was pretty funny. Like some guy for Halloween dressed up as the Composer logo, and like if you look at it, it's really quite accurate, like down to the position of the fingers and everything. He tried really hard. So yeah, he showed me this. I think it was in Ukraine. I went to a conference there, and like he came to me and like showed me the photo. I was like, okay, that's awesome. And last week there was this one, which I don't know. That was amazing. Like, so there was someone saying like, in case your computer overheats, you can cool it down with this thing. Like, and it's just, it's brilliant. Like, anyway. Sorry?
Controlling the machine of feature of Composer?
I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah, it seems to work fine. And yeah, the little palm tree thing there, like, it's just priceless. Like, anyway, but this is like just cool stuff you get from the community, right? And just people having time and like spending it on not always the wisest things, maybe, but it's still fun. Then with contribution, I would say like small pull requests, they matter a lot because they're kind of the entry point, or like the, what do you call it, like gateway drug of open source, I would say. Like it's easy if you make a small pull request, and like you don't have too much fear that maybe just a little fix to the documentation, whatever. Like it's easy to get started, so you should really encourage that, I think. And then the people can build up to bigger things. On the other hand, it's important to know that there are no small pull requests. Like, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing that's simple enough to just merge blindly, because like when you think like that, just 1 out of 10 that you merge like that is gonna screw you. Like, that's just how it is. These like simple fixes that you think, no way this breaks anything. Merge, boom, and then we have this thing, where it builds automatically the snapshot, and then people start updating to the latest, and everything blows up. And so, like, this happens once and twice and 3 times, and then you start getting the cue that you should really not merge anything without trying it out, like, properly and thinking about it. So that's why sometimes it takes time to get stuff merged, and people get slowly mad and like anxious, but that's just how it is. Like, it takes time. And on the other side, like, if you're scared of contributing, I think there's really nothing too small. Like, nothing is not valuable. Like, even if you fix like if there's a typo in the documentation, for example, that prevents like first-time users to, they copy-paste this thing to try your library, and it doesn't work because there's a typo. This sucks. Like, this breaks the first-time experience for all users. If you fix that typo, this is extremely valuable. Like, it can be anything, right? So don't be scared and just go for it. It's also not just about code. Like, you have a lot of other things you can help with. And if you don't know what to do, I would say just try to stop ignoring problems and spot something that's just not going smoothly in your daily job, and see, okay, like this is just not ideal. Maybe it could be done better. And then, like, if only, just go and report it and say, hey, look, I'm always doing that and it annoys me because X. And just by reporting the issue, you might trigger someone else to fix it and make your life easier, or maybe they'll have a good idea and then you work on it, or you have a good idea, you work on it, whatever. Like, it's just, I think that's a good way to find inspiration, is to see what's kind of disturbing you. So just to quickly sum up, so open source is really more than just like dumping code for free. Like a lot of companies like to do that. It's just like, hey, here's open source. And then they never look back at the repo, and there's issues piling up and stuff. And open source. So it's definitely more than that, and it's also more than just getting code for free. Like, I think that's also an approach that a lot of businesses like to take, which is, yeah, we get free stuff, cool. But I think it's all of this, like open source and probably more, you know. But it's this whole thing of pull requests and feedback and like getting people to contribute, reporting issues, a lot of community work, which is like can be done by anyone as well. Like really, actually, all of these, like the only thing the maintainer can do that nobody else can is merging pull requests. Like this is pushing code. Everything else, anyone can do it. You can just hop in any project and start helping and doing this stuff, and usually people are not gonna complain, I think. So yeah, just like to think back to everything I showed you, I think it definitely can be hard, and like, yeah, I've had a lot of people coming to me after seeing this talk going like, yeah, this resonates a lot with me. And like sometimes I have this feeling of like, you know, just ungrateful people just like complaining all the time, reporting issues and never contributing anything, and it can slowly bring you down. So if, like again, thinking back to the burnout, like please just don't, like recognize it early and take a break, like take it easy for a while, but don't let it go too far to the point where you just have to quit, because like I've seen that happen a few times. People just like from one day to the next they're gone because they can't anymore, and usually they didn't enjoy that experience, and the community doesn't benefit either because someone has just vanished. So it's really not like a win for anyone. So yeah, just take a break, come back. Maybe there's cake when you come back. And yeah, like this one I think is pretty important. Just saying, like, you know, if you consume open source software, you should be nicer to those that produce it. And that's, like, that applies to me as well, right? Like, it's not me preaching, please be nice to me. It applies really to everyone. Because I think it's all like this big open source machine, and like I'm producing stuff, sure, but I'm also consuming a lot of open source. And so we're all consumers, and we're not all producers, sadly. But I think we should get more people involved, and I think everyone that uses things should be a bit more aware of this and a bit more like ready to take part in the process as well. So that's it. Thank you. And they cut me off anyway. But now, if you have any questions, I'll be around later, or you can tweet me. They also took that off. Whatever. Yeah, I ran a bit over. But anyway, yeah, just find me. Slides are online as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Please welcome on stage David Spiola.
Lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum. Amet set. Lorem ipsum. 3. Set diem nomini. 34. Invitut ut labore. 3. Dolores et ea rebrum 3. Set diem tempor meet up. Dolor magma volupta labore et 3. Neos. Neos. 3.0. This is lorem ipsum. It's kind of a language, but without any value. And this is basically the problem with it. It's maybe, you can say it's some kind of an art language. I tried to give it a little bit of something in my first few minutes, but I'm definitely not a poet. Basically, I met one yesterday, so he is one, but not with lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum, we all know it, and there is a basic problem with this kind of text. It has no meaning. There are several other interpretations of lorem ipsum, like beer ipsum. You can also use for making up some text. One I really like myself is Samuel L. Jackson ipsum, or Hodor ipsum. So imagine a guitar pull request for Neos which just say Hodor, Hodor, Hodor. Or another one, I mean, in this list, this guy has to be on this list. I mean, check out the first one. Chuck Norris originally appeared in the Street Fighter II video game, but was removed by beta testers. he just did roundhouse kicks all the time, so it was not really good. All right. Lorem ipsum is entertaining. It's some kind of an art, but it's not the right thing to use if it comes to your project or if you would like to create one, because the most important thing is missing, and this is your content. So let's start from scratch. My talk today is about no more lorem ipsum and wireframing with Neos CMS. 3 is kind of my number right now. I'm 34 years old. I have 3 kids. My company is located in Vienna, Austria, in the 3rd district. I actually have 2 companies. One is a web agency, the other one is a digital signage product. You can see it outside the social wall screens, and live streaming is provided by us. My official position in the company is CEO and co-founder in both companies, but I also have an unofficial title, and this is Chief of Awesomeness. And the reason is, Neos is just awesome. And I'm the guy who is in charge for all that stuff in our company, so that makes me obviously the Chief of Awesomeness. I also tried to spread the word. I founded the Neos CMS and Flow Meetup Vienna. We had 3 meetups so far. Roland Schütz, is he already in the audience or still somewhere shit-faced in the corner? We have about 80 members in the group right now. That's a lot for Austria, I think. It's a little bit confusing in Austria because there's also a political party called Neos, So I a little bit background checked the meetup profiles, and I think 60 of them are on the right track. 20 of them I just thought, yeah, well, different kind of content. All right, let's go further. So Neos 3.0, very nice release, lots of new features. And what I really like about Neos is that the claim actually to be a content application platform. For me, that means that it's more like a other term that fits two different terms, like CMS and framework. So you can do much more with Neos than just creating websites. You can make products with it, or every website is basically a product. We do nothing else than making products for our customers. It has a very, very strong foundation and lets you do a lot of stuff. And we at Web & Co thought, let's use it to make pre-production. And pre-production is actually quite important when it comes to content-based applications or so-called websites. And for me, when it comes to pre-production, 3 words are very important. That's content first, MVP, and agility. Pull request. Oh no, a typo. sorry about that. All right. A classic, actually. I do that all the time. Yeah, so how did we do it back in the old days? It was the classic waterfall principle that you make a concept, then you design. After that, you implement, and at the end, your customer starts using the website and starts creating content with it. There's a basic problem with that. It's a linear process, so you're not supposed to go any step back. If you're in the design phase, you're not supposed to go back to concept. You can, but it will cost you a lot of resources and time to do that. So it's kind of very strict. Let's shape this a little bit more and give it 3 phases: pre-production, production, and post-production. And in the pre-production, you obviously do your concept, then you start producing actually with design and implementation. And after that, when you're done with your work, you hand it over to your client and say, hey, you can start creating content, I will help you with that. But the thing is, from your point of view, you don't know how much content it is, so you actually don't know it until post-production what your client really want to do, because he never had hands-on. Quick question, who of you knows what an MVP is? Okay, so I think I don't have to explain it. Let's skip that real quick. All right, so this timeline is, from an MVP perspective, not good, because until you hit post-production, your client cannot work with it. He's not involved in the project. He cannot provide, I mean, he will provide feedback and input, but not really good one, because he never used it. It's like talking about riding a bike and never did it. All right, let's take a look from an agility perspective. The same thing, basically. This process is not very agile, so when you hit the implementation, your implementation, it's not, you're not supposed to go back to design. So there's no agility in this process. There's another way to look at it, and this is from a black box perspective. So your client sees your work as a black box, because I mean, he might be involved. Of course, he will be involved when you do a concept with him. But the really big issue is that he never really thought about his content. So until you have finished production, this is a black box for your client. On the other side, the post-production or the content is a black box for you. So in a worst-case scenario, it's a black box for both of you. And in such, this very likely brings up misunderstanding. And content first is all about, from my point of view, avoiding those misunderstandings and bringing in the content as early as possible. All right. So, as I see it, the major issue is that the concept is in pre-production and the content is in post-production, and in between is some work. So we have to bring this together, and we have to do this in pre-production. So if you bring the content to pre-production, you will eventually end up with much better results. Your client is happy along the way, or should be happy along the way. He's always involved. He can always provide good feedback of your work. It kind of fits this the MVP approach, because when you start concept and content together without design and without implementation, you have a minimum viable product. As soon as you hit production, you might have a working prototype without investing much time in coding or designing. A second benefit is that you can do things in parallel in production, because if you plan your pre-production phase quite well, you have all the information ready you need to start building the actual product or website. And the client can talk for weeks about green or blue or big logos or small logos, and you, or for me in that example, I can start implementing. I have all the information I need, I have all my node types defined, and I can just go on and wait until he's done. And in post-production, you can do even more things we didn't see before, like Q&A and other things, testing. All right. This is the gray theory about it. Let's bring it to a practical use case. So we said we would like to use Neos to do that. It's a content application platform. Let's use it. Everything that I'm going to show you from this point forward is not a final package or a final product or whatsoever. It's basically very agile right now, so we extend it every time we hit a new barrier, feature, or milestone, or whatever. And there are lots of milestones to do until this is done. But it should give you an impression what we try to do, and we hope you like it. So, every project has a start. And for me, that means you have to start synchronize. If it comes to people or minds, you can have the same picture and probably about 100 different interpretations in this room about this picture or sentence or whatsoever. So, on a certain level, when you start a new project, you have to synchronize your gears to lift the project to the next level. You usually do that with a lot of tools. From my point of view, way too much tools. There are great tools out there to do pre-production or, I don't know, prototyping, wireframing. There's a lot of stuff out there. For me, the problem with that is that I have several tools I have to manage. I have several tools I have to communicate to my client and collect the feedback. So, less tools leads to less complexity and leads to better communication with your client. And we use, right now, Neos for pre-production. All right. How could something like that work? We came up with something with the code name, of course, called the Wheel of Awesomeness. The Wheel of Awesomeness has 4 sections: discussion, structure, content, and documentation. And this Wheel of Awesomeness should be able to handle your entire pre-production phase All right, so every spinning or one round trip of this Wheel of Awesomeness starts with a discussion. So you have a meeting with your client, you make a workshop, you have your back and forth email, whatsoever. The best scenario I can picture right now is a workshop where you have, I don't know, let's say 5 to 8 people from your agency and from the client, some people, and everybody has thoughts and concerns and features and excitement, so much emotion, so much energy in the room, and you have to somehow bring this to a first level of understanding, start synchronizing all that minds. And from my point of view, a very helpful tool to do that is a wireframe box. It's very simple, it does not have lots of content, but it helps you to bring everybody to the first level and synchronize minds to a structure. So we created a package for Neos that lets you run a website within Neos that does nothing else than wireframing. So you can run it in parallel to your actual project and do your wireframing right within Neos. So I prepared a video how that works. So you select a structure element, you create a wireframe box. In the inspector panel, you can set some meta information, and then you save it, and it's done. A wireframe box, quite easy. On the lower right side, you can see that you can change the behavior a little bit, if it should be a section with a container class. This is based on Bootstrap right now, but it actually doesn't matter. You can do it whatever you want. Then we create a second element. Hero teaser, 400, save it, and it's done. And we can use this right at the workshop or in the discussion to quickly bring the input from your client to a very, very basic structure without leaving the tool of choice. And also, this means that your client, if you work with him together to create those wireframes, he will see the final product at a very early stage. So from an MVP perspective, this is somehow an MVP. You know, it doesn't do much, but the client sees immediate feedback from you. Okay, so I found a website online. I reverse engineered, and I'll show you that video now. All right, we created a wireframe. So this reverse engineering process took me about 15 minutes to rebuild it. If we go to the next section in our wheel of awesomeness, we created a structure. We had a discussion with our client, and we created a first structure to synchronize minds, thoughts, ideas. And we ended up with this, a wireframe, right in Neos. All right, some of you probably already guessed and recognized the structure. This is not any website, a random website from the web. It's the Neos start page. I recreated with wireframes the Neos start page in about 15 minutes within Neos. The second step is to bring in content. So you have lots of content now on the start page of Neos.io. Neos.io or Neos.io? Doesn't matter, right? Neos.io. And I would also like to bring in this content to my wireframes to have a first prototype or fit to the content first principle. And for that, I prepared another video, and let's see how that turns out. All right, so I have to be honest, I didn't integrate all the content because I was too lazy at the end. I think you get the basic idea that you can start with wireframes and then you can bring in your content immediately. And this is very important because this is the first time your client really works with the system and he really thinks about what matters most, the content. And this is also the reason why you never should use lorem ipsum when it comes to content applications, because you loop out the most important thing, the content. All right, so we inserted the content, and it's also responsive. This is based on Bootstrap right now, but you could use any other framework you would like. All right. Section number 3 done, we have content. And the Wheel of Awesomeness has one more purpose, also something we have to improve in the future, but already works out quite well, it should provide some kind of documentation. So when you're done with your pre-production process, you should be able to start producing without having or raising new big questions and start producing immediately. So for that, you can also set some more meta information within each wireframe box. So on the lower left side, you see your structure, so your developers can check out the structure they have to build. And on the top, you have this in place and wireframe mode, editing mode, so you can always switch back between content first or in-place editing and wireframing. And in the inspector panel, you can set additional nodes. So the idea is that you might still need some kind of a site letter, to get a basic understanding, to loop the client in if he never ever saw this before. But very soon, it should turn out that not this PDF or Word document is your documentation, your wireframes, your content, and your structure. That's your documentation for production. So, we finished the Wheel of Awesomeness. And this is just one iteration of many, and you don't know how many you will need. There will be a point in time where everybody agrees that we are done with this. Oops. But until that, the Wheel of Awesomeness keeps spinning. You can also see it as a sandbox. If you're in a sandbox and you build a sandcastle, you can do that very quickly. You just need a little bit of water. But you can, when you're unhappy with it, you can destroy it very easily. So you don't invest much time in how you do it. You just put something together, feedback with the client, how do you like it? He says yes, no, maybe, I don't know. And then you go on and on and on and on until you're done. So, for me, the Wheel of Awesomeness fits all three principles: content first, MVP, and agility. And we use it with a few projects right now, and it works out quite well, actually. There's still a lot of work to do, but it's really good already that you can send your client a link from the CMS he will use and provide him with information in pre-production. So why invest in pre-production? From my understanding, avoid misunderstandings. It's so easy to come up with misunderstandings, and I always have a joke I tell my clients that is, imagine a mother who has a son or a daughter who is a software developer, and he sends him for groceries and says, hey, can you please go to the store and bring me 2 liters of milk? And if they have eggs, bring 6. He returned with 6 liters of milk. And she said, why did you do that? And he said, because they had eggs. So, depending on your background or your skills or whatever, this simple true-false condition has a totally different outcome. And if you get this at the end of your waterfall process, you have a big problem. We already had that. So, avoid misunderstandings. What do I get from this? Get client's feedback as early as possible. Get to know him, synchronize with him. Improve client communication, simplify client communication. Don't use 7 tools, try to do it with 1. Less complexity leads to better results. And last but not least, if you have a problem, fail early. If there is anything wrong with all the things you have in your mind, or you have a very, very big misunderstanding, find it out as early as possible, because otherwise the project will never be a success. All right, let's go back to our timetable, timeline. So we've replaced in pre-production concept and content with the Wheel of Awesomeness. And it spins and spins and spins until everybody's happy and we can start producing a product, a website. All right, the Wheel of Awesomeness. Some benefits are no media break when it comes to communication. Early hands-on on the final product. It's not a black box. And just send your client a link and get immediate feedback and use other SaaS services to collect it for Jira or whatever. And last but not least, we had to come up with a code name again. So this project is running under Awesome Neos right now. And yeah, we are actually looking for companies, developers, people who are interested to shape this even further and bring it to a full-featured, polished package for Neos, and eventually provide better work and better results with your client. So if you're interested, contact me over Twitter, Xing, LinkedIn, or GitHub. And yeah, we are reaching out to people who would like to do this together with us. Thank you very much. Questions?
Just for prototyping and just for the pre-production and throw it away and do it again in Neos, or do you some kind transform it into the real thing?
No, we don't do that right now, and I'm also not 100% sure if we should do that. I remember, there's this buzzword Kickstarter. I think some of you still know it. If you change something in your documentation, or you have to really go back and do something, you would run into a problem. So this is a thought we have, but for now, I think it's better to start with a clean plate. And you have to rebuild the structure anyway, because the structure within the Wheel of Awesomeness is very, not fragile, but very atomic, you know? So it's, your editor would never work that way, how you create that wireframe. So I think it's better to rethink one more time, recap, and then go on with the clean plate. This is what I say now. I don't know if people have good ideas and have awesome ideas. I'm happy to hear them and follow them.
Any more questions?
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks for the whole idea of having the content in the pre-production phase. I think everybody thought about it, but it rarely happens because it's also very, very client depending. What strikes me a little bit odd is that you said we have too many tools, and your response was to build another tool. And that you then said you will not use later in production. So I don't really get the benefit of the approach. Because with the, even if you say it's Bootstrap based, because with the Bootstrap package in Neos, you can simply just have every Bootstrap element available and just start building the content with Bootstrap elements, which most likely will be the elements you will use later in production anyhow. And even further question, how does it work with the hard stuff? Because just static content side is one thing. Most clients get this really easily. But what about the application parts? The part of the website that has lots of interlinking features, a lot of client user inputs, etc. So the really hard to plan and lay out parts that actually need wireframing and prototyping. How do you tackle this with your Wheel of Awesome?
I don't say that you can go 100% away. If you have a specific use case that needs further tools, sure, use it. But don't start with 6 different tools if you don't need them.
Who does? Who does?
Yeah, you can use many tools out there for doing wireframing or for prototyping right now, but you have a media break, and you cannot just send a link to your client and collect feedback immediately. And also the thing is that I think it's not a good idea to throw in the content before defining a structure. And this is where the wireframe is very helpful, because you are even faster in the wireframe phase, to shuffle things around and create new basic concepts before you even think to put in the content. So if you start with the content, you already have a lot of workload, and you have to go right into detail without having a structure, you know? So this is kind of the idea.
We have 2 more minutes.
Do you have a strategy for content migration? Because if the editor or if the content editor start to insert content in your pre-production phase, there will be probably hundreds of pages with thousands of content node types, and I can't imagine that the editors would be happy to just insert it again.
Not yet. It's also, if you evolve it over time, let's say it's not a project with one iteration, or you relaunch or whatever, you might want to do import or something, or you might want to use a concept like atomic fusion to achieve some very cool mapping, transformation, whatever stuff. But this is also things that are in the future right now, and use cases that need to be developed to shape this to a polished package. So this is just the start. We did, it's very raw actually right now, but this is definitely a way it has to go.
Good morning. Oh, whoa, this is loud. Good morning. First of all, I think we should all remember what the speaker right before you just said. So in this sense, nice work. As I see it, it is really just a tool for wireframing. That's all it does. There are other tools out there that do exactly the same thing. But what I like about your approach is that you get a website out of it, which is really responsive. You just can open up a browser and show the client what will happen. And yeah, after all, I like your approach for what it is. Yeah.
Thanks. Additional to that is that if your client starts putting in content, he already learns how to use the final product. So you don't have to tell him or explain to him two different tools. It's the same thing. One more question.
I don't think a microphone. I'm pretty close to you.
But I think they recorded for the...
Okay. So if you give your client the possibility to enter content right in the pre-production phase, shouldn't you do content strategy meetup first with him to get some kind of inventory or something else? Because usually we have clients that say, yeah, we have a website that has been running for 10 years, our products, our branches, everything changed over time, and they have no idea what they should prioritize or how should they put it on a site. So if I just give them wireframes or structure, they're completely lost because they have no idea what they should put on there.
Excuse me, can I have the video back on for a minute? So this happens in the discussion phase. However you structure that, however you do that, you're collecting ideas, you're developing content strategies, this very agile process, a lot of information, a lot of thoughts, concerns. Sure, of course. But at a certain point, you have to start synchronizing that to a basic structure. And if you see that structure, everybody should be satisfied, because if somebody says, this totally does not reflect what we want to do on a very, very abstract level, you have to go back to the discussion. But you can do that because it's very a very agile approach to do it.
I think if you have any question, please get in touch with David directly. We are at the coffee break, and please give us feedback on your way out. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Please welcome on stage Sebastian Kurfürst.
To be here on stage, and I hope you had a great time so far. And I'm so delighted to tell you about what we've been doing in the Neos React UI. So, I'm Sebastian Kurfürst, been in the project since quite some time. That's my Twitter handle. I work at Sandstorm. Actually, I'm one of the co-founders. And actually, on this conference, we are also launching a short product which we call XPly, which is a data analytics platform. And so if you would like to know more about that, just catch any of the Sandstorm people. Okay, but I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about Neos and the Neos React UI. And I would like to take some steps back. And actually, what I would like to do is first, you might have heard that we are somehow rewriting, and you might wonder what is actually going on in this project and these kind of things. So I would like to give some story with our current user interface. So actually, it started quite a long time ago. We started at Typo3 Developer Days 2011. I remember that Christopher and me and Christian and some others were sitting together. And actually there, the foundations for the current user interface with Ember.js were laid. So that was in 2011. And actually, Ember was still called Sprout Core 2 Alpha 1 or something. So that is a long time ago. And you know what happened? I mean, we started with this really slim prototype, and over time, new features added and added and added. And so in the beginning, it looked like that, and then come another component, and another component, and still another component. And you see, it roughly fit into the picture, but you didn't really get the really big overview. So the system just grew over time. And actually, what we would like to achieve is more an architecture like that, which looks more clean, more polished, and more well-working. And so that's like one of the technical reasons why we thought, okay, there's some work needed in the current user interface. We need to do something about it. But there were also some user things which happened. So people said the editing speed is bad. So not the editing speed per se, but especially the speed it takes from loading the page until you can actually edit. So it takes like between 2 to 4 seconds at least until you can actually edit content. And that's quite a lot if you reload your whole page from time to time. Additionally, I think you all have felt some pain when trying to customize the user interface. So unplanned extensibility is basically not possible in the current user interface, and there are also not many planned extension points. So you probably have written some editor in the inspector. That's pretty much the only place where you can extend the current Neos interface itself. But that's basically it. And actually, who would have liked to customize the Aloha editor? Anybody? Yeah. Probably add some CSS classes or stuff like that, right? And actually, that is not possible with the current UI, with the current architecture, and we felt that pain as well. So that is one big topic which started us thinking. The other one was there's some interaction between the website itself and the Neos UI. So you know that we don't put in, we basically render the Neos UI around your website. So that means the CSS and the JavaScript of your website might interact with the Neos user interface. So I guess everybody has seen that, right? So if you create a JavaScript slider, it works on the first page. It by default doesn't work on any other when you switch pages. But you need to do some work, and the same for CSS media queries. You actually need to take into account all kinds of states from the UI to make it really work and have this nice editing experience, which we actually would like to have. So the question is, should we rewrite or should we fix? And it was like 1.5 years ago. Nobody in the team was really sure about that. And nobody really took the lead. So we saw the problems, but we were really unsure like what to do about it. And then two things happened. The first thing is React took the world by storm. So who knows React and who uses it in production? Okay, so some of you, everybody has heard about it, right? So that's the one thing which happened. It basically gave a lot of input, it streamlined a lot of floating ideas. So that's what has happened over the last few years. And the second thing is that these two people happened. So what do I mean with that? So Wilhelm and Till, in December 2015, they had this crazy idea of saying, what if we just rewrote the user interface with React? And actually, they have not been in touch with any of us core guys. They were just two nice people from the community, and they had some time between Christmas and New Year. And actually, yeah, they just started doing that. So that's how it all started in December 2015. And actually, in January 2016, so beginning of last year, they wrote this project proposal on Discuss. So just rewrite the user interface using React, and they wrote this proposal with a demo video and like what the benefits would be and all these things. And actually, we have discussed a lot about that. So it has been a really, 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 really long discussion. But that was finished in March 2016. Actually, the discussion was mostly in January up to, I think, beginning of February. And we actually took the decision to do that. So we said, okay, it looks so extremely promising. Let's just try to actually implement the UI in React. And I personally, for instance, have been quite skeptical at the beginning, because it's just so much work. And and I had a lot of concerns, and then we just talked with each other, and I was like, I have this concern, and they're like, yeah, we feel the same, and we aligned ourselves really, really well. So that is extremely positive. And also, while we were discussing it, and while, for instance, I was getting into React by this project, so I didn't use React beforehand. I knew it was there, but I have never actually seen it in production. And but there are a few things which convinced me. And the basic idea is that React is actually like the one really, really big emerging JavaScript standard for big applications emerging today. And that has a number of reasons. It almost feels like synchronous coding, so usually it feels like you're actually programming in a backend language in a certain way, at least. It feels extremely predictable, so usually either it works or it doesn't. There's no weird state in between in most cases. And it's quite fast by default, but we can easily optimize it to be fast as hell. So what we did then is we invited Wilhelm and Till to the team, and then Dimitri and me joined the rewrite effort. And and then over time, more and more people helped out. So like us four did most of the really big contributions, but there are many others. You see the list down here who contributed parts of it. So thanks to all of you. Without you, that wouldn't have been possible at all. Right. So actually, I don't want to talk too much about it anymore. I just want to show it for you. So, what should we do? Actually, this is our Sandstorm website. I just installed the Neos UI, the new one, into it. And so let's just try it out. So we go to Neos, ! I'll explain that in a bit. We log in to the backend. So that's the new UI. Looks familiar. We change some content. We upload a new image. We crop it. We hide some things, and I didn't want to record it more fast than it actually is. It's real time. So, and I'm not the fastest clicker, so we need to wait a little. So then we publish this stuff. Let's say we'll create a blog post now. So go to this long blog list. Just create a new one. give him some name. Just add some element. Then I was not sure what to write, so I just went to Neos.io and grabbed some content. I hope nobody will sue me for that. So just copy and paste that. Put it in here, just do some minor modifications, and yeah, I'm happy with my page. Right. So that's the new Neos UI. I'll decompose that now, but hopefully what you've seen is that it looks extremely familiar for you. It looks pretty much like the old one. It should feel pretty much like the old one. You might have spotted some differences, some small differences, and overall, it feels quite responsive and it works. Right. So I would like to walk you through the main features now. So as already said, it should work mostly like before. So we have inline content editing, document tree, structure tree, inspector, image editor, reference editor, inspector views, content constraints, publishing, dimension switcher, node tree, drag and drop, edit preview modes, inline links to other nodes, inspector validators. So I tried to practice that. So as said, we have many, many features in place. I want to be open with you, so of course we also have some features we are still missing. So the most prominent ones is that the reference and references editor are still unstable or not yet working yet. We have a plan for that, but we just didn't get along to actually implement that. So we cannot link to assets yet or external URLs. Actually, linking to external URLs is a really easy one, but nobody fixed the regular expression yet. And we are missing some details like the target workspace selector if you're working with multiple targets workspaces. No, it works. Actually, it works? Okay, then Dimitri fixed it in the meantime. Cool. So, and the main idea behind it is that it is extensible. I'll explain a lot more about the extensibility principles in a bit, so you have to wait for that a little more. But first, let's focus on the features the editor will help. So what we have been doing, we actually completely switched the editing engine from Aloha to CK Editor. CK Editor, thanks. CK Editor is a really nice editor from CK Source, an open source project, and a company which backs it. I think they're from Poland, and they have given us awesome support. So we're hanging out in a Slack channel, and we've had a few questions regarding the integration, and they were like the CTO of them responded within 1 hour, and I was like, whoa, that's crazy. So thanks for them. What we provide by them is you have extremely robust sanitizing. So I once took the full, I just opened Spiegel Online, copied the full content, put it in Neos, and it just worked. It didn't break anything. It had the correct markup as defined with all the allowed elements and everything not allowed was out there. So that looks really promising. We have keyboard shortcuts for stuff like bold and italic and these kind of things. It's actually quite funny that we never got along doing that with Aloha. Aloha could do that, but we just didn't find a good way to actually activate it in a good way. And custom CSS classes are possible. So, just as an example, what you can actually do is I can select some text. I click this nice button, ignore the icon for now, and you see the text changes just as you would imagine. I mean, there's nothing much to it, but that's like the basic idea. The next big thing, the content is actually shown in an iframe. So that means we actually have the content, the Neos UI in the outermost frame, and the content area is a real iframe. That means first, there's no unplanned interaction anymore between Neos and the website, so you cannot break Neos anymore by having interesting CSS styles or by having JavaScript, or Neos cannot break your JavaScript anymore in most cases. And actually, media queries work. and that means the following. Quite nice, isn't it? So that means we have in responsive preview mode. So you know the preview modes already, I guess, or some of you at least. And the only thing which changed now is that you can specify a width and a height for the preview window just in the settings, and this will enable that behavior. So there's nothing which or that it's really easy to configure and it can be just used. So I think that's, for me personally, one of the most interesting or nice features when editing a website and seeing just how it looks on mobile, at least in an estimation. Right. So now I then would like to do some kind of experiment. I would like to try to load the new and the old UI in parallel. So what you see on the left is the old UI, what you see on the right is the new UI, and I just want to measure how long it takes until we can actually start editing content. And we push the login button at the same time. So actually I log in, press login. So new UI finished. Old UI finished. So that means this is the difference in loading and interaction which we will see at every single page reload, essentially. So if your user has to reload your website, the new UI should feel a lot more responsive. And actually, it loads fast and it feels fast, and that's really nice. Who has spotted a difference in the video just in the beginning, the long one? Any? One. Okay, cool. So there was one bigger difference. Who likes the way of inserting content in the old UI? Like inserting pages and, you know, this small icon. I had to explain that to my customers every single time what that means. And I'm not sure if I have to long press it, if I have to hover over it, or actually how to do the selection. I always mess that up. So I don't want to bash the old UI, of course, right? I mean, it was an important step. So if I create that, I create a page, then I'm like, oh, what's the title again? I switch to another tab. And then I switch back and like, oh shit, it's unnamed. Oh. Then I try to rename it. And then I have to remember that that I also have to change the URL segment. And actually, in production websites, we've often seeing, you know, unnamed 1, unnamed 2, until, I don't know, unnamed 20. And people never notice. And that's totally understandable. I mean, you know. So what we've done with the new UI is the following. We have, it's just a plus icon here. You have the insert mode just to select here. You see directly how it evolves here. And we have some kind of mini wizard where you can just enter the node title and all other required properties just right in place. So you can tab to something else, look something up, and the UI will just stay the way it is. So that means the create node wizard is actually completely redone. It's not that we think this is like the perfect solution, but we just think it works a lot better than just the current UI, and it is just a good, pragmatic way to solve the issue. So actually, we tried to stay as close as possible to the old UI, except when we know of such a really serious usability issue, then we actually try to fix that without you know, reinventing just a completely new concept. So we've actually seen most of the user visible main features for now. We have lots of ideas what to build based on this foundation we've laid. So in the old UI, it was basically not possible to innovate because it just grew too big, as I've explained in the beginning. So we have lots and lots of ideas what to build here. So you can expect quite some more innovation in terms of structured editing, about better translation views, and so on. The team, we have lots of cool ideas about that. And we'll also start again with, you know, like refreshing the UI generally. So looking at the UI from the big perspective as one of the next steps, and seeing like how we can refresh it to stay up to date. Right. So, one of the most important features for us is extensibility. we have already seen that we call Neos a content application platform. So the term application platform is extremely important in that. That means that I think it works quite well on the PHP side of things. You can change things, you can modify things in planned and unplanned ways. But for the JavaScript side, it never really worked out. So just again to refresh, you might know this slide already. So we as a team try to think in extensibility in two different terms. So we have planned extensibility on the one side, which is basically we as a team think, okay, this is something where people should be able to hook into. And the good thing about that is this is supported during updates. So if you can rely on that also during major upgrades, and we'll let you know when things change there. On the other side, it might be that you browse the Neo source code and you're like, oh, this is cool, but this should just be a little different, and that's unplanned extensibility. Basically, that's on your own risk, but it's also extremely important because it saves you from patching your project. We don't want you to patch the source code ever. You don't need that, and so that's why we provide both points of extensibility. And while preparing that, I thought like, okay, let's just create a new custom inspector editor, and there are lots of cool React components actually in place. So there's this color picker component. I was like, oh, that looks quite nice. I want to have that in Neos. So let's integrate that in the inspector you see on the right here. And now it's getting a little more technical. So what do we have to do for that? First is it's a JavaScript project, so we create a package JSON. The package JSON looks pretty standard, I would say. We depend on some Neos project dependency. Don't worry too much about that. The important thing is that there are two build scripts in here. There's a build and a watch command in here. And we have this tooling called Neos React Scripts, what you see here in line 3 and 4. And actually, these tools handle the complete build chain for you, and they ensure that it fits well inside Neos, and you don't have to do anything bad, basically. So what we do here is this is the scripts, we'll run them later. We have the target directory where to output the result, and then we can just declare dependencies just as you know that from NPM. We don't have to declare React or any of these core components. They will be automatically included by these scripts, and we ensure that this fits together to the version we deliver in Neos so that you don't end up with two React versions or stuff like that. Then in the index file, you can just output anything just for getting started. And then the next thing is you run the watcher. So that means what you need to do is first npm install, as usual, in this directory we've just created. And when this is done, we can just run npm run watch. We get some nice Neos logo, a little out of proportion. And now it compiled successfully, and it will automatically pick up any change you do to the source file, and this will enable rapid development of such of extensions, basically, of the Neos UI. What you still need to do is you need to load the generated code into Neos itself, and you can do that using settings YAML. So that means just put inside Neos UI resources JavaScript, you just give them some key, and then you basically point it to the resource, which is the output of the build process. So just with two lines of code in the settings YAML, you actually load your plugin. This is the API, how to load things. So now we are actually at the point where we can implement the editor. So now everything is in place. The console log we've just added is actually there. So we modify the index.js a little to require a manifest file. I'll explain what this is in a second. And this is what the manifest files look like, and this needs some explanation now. So the concept of extensibility in Neos is centered around what we call a registry. A registry contains, for instance, which editors exist, which buttons are available in the toolbars, which formatting you can apply in the editor, and all kinds of these kind of things. And actually, while running the UI, this registry is immutable. That means it doesn't change at all. The only place where you are allowed to modify this registry is inside what we call this manifest file. And so what you do here, in line 5, you will create you say this is a manifest file, you give it some name, And then you get the global registry. So the registry is tree-shaped, basically. So we have a big registry which contains smaller registries, and they contain the values. So that means we can fetch the inspector editor registry. That's what you see here. And what we then can do is we can add something to this registry. So we just give the thing a name. We say, okay, Neos UI, blah, blah, blah. We just call it the color picker editor. And here we load the React component for the color picker editor. And that's how we actually load code into the new Neos UI. And now we have to implement the color picker editor. Actually, that's just standard React code. Just a question, who can read that? Okay, for the others, I just give some rough explanations. So we just extend from component. Don't worry about this pure stuff. That's just details, implementation details. The basic concept of React is actually you have a component, it gets some values in. These values are called props, like properties. Just they are lazy and don't want to type that much. And then you have a render function which outputs the HTML or outputs nested components. And if you want to pass something back to the outside, then you just give in a callback function as property. And this is what you call for actual modification. So that means for our color picker, we get two things. We have the value as public API. The value contains the currently selected value. That's the API with Neos. And then there's a commit function passed in, which you need to call if the value has changed. So in render, we just take this sketch picker from these React color components we've loaded, and we pass in color and on change, and we just post-process the color so that it's a hex value, and that's basically it. Right. Then we can just include the editor and node types YAML, as you know. So inside UI inspector editors, inside node types, just the same way you configure a select editor. And what you get by that is I just added some front-end rendering to it, and which outputs the color. So here you see the color picker. You can choose your colors. You can, do the normal stuff, press apply. You see the rendering, so I just added it as a background color. I'm not a designer, as you obviously see with this thing. And I'm not good at choosing colors either. That's planned. Everything in the inspector is planned. Well, you cannot say using registry is planned. So registry is definitely used for both ways. And actually, you see in the registry if it's a planned or an unplanned extension point. That's documented in the registry. Yeah. Yeah, you see. So you can choose these colors here, and it just works. There's no lost update. There's no way this might break. It will just update always. And yeah, that's quite nice to integrate React components this way, actually, and is the foundation for bigger integrations. What you can also do is add a custom CK editor style. That's the example we've already seen in the beginning of the talk. So I have some text selected, and I just want another button up here and have it here. And actually doing that is a two-step process. The first thing what you need to do is you need to define a new button here. I'm also bad at looking for icons, so I just took this Facebook icon here, which of course was the first thing which I saw with Font Awesome. And the second thing what you need to do is you need to change you need to have a CK editor rule which says if this thing is pressed, what should happen in the content area. This is the two parts we need to configure. And again, we currently do that in the manifest. And you see these two parts from line 7 to 15 is the first block, or 5 to 15, and from line 17 to 23 is the second block. So in the first block on top, we register the button. We say it's an icon button. We give it the icon name and these kind of things. And here we reference a formatting rule. So this thing, this value, the string value, references this formatting rule defined down here. And then I'm also bad at CSS, so I just add an inline style. You should not do that, please. But asset. So just this way you can modify any way. You can actually modify your classes or add additional styles or any of these. Yeah, question? So, I mean, like the top one is a custom Neos definition. The bottom one, actually, this part is part of a CK Editor API, and this one is also a CK Editor API, but which we wrap to make it more usable. So don't worry too much about these details. We might also expose for these kind of things another API so that you can configure it using settings YAML. That can be do, for instance. But that's just the internals, you know. So we'll probably create more high-level APIs based on that. But this is just the foundation. So the principle, if you want to extend something, is always you go to the registry, you change some things, you add some things to it. And yeah, that's the way it works. And we can do that also, in the longer run, we could add, I don't know, settings YAML to configure these classes, so you don't need this code here, for instance. So don't worry too much about it. It's just important that it works and that it's accessible for you should you need it. That's actually the most important thing, I think. Right. Now let's talk a little about unplanned extensibility. So there are cases where the UI components in Neos don't fit your project. Like you are having a big news website and these news don't fit for the page tree, basically. So performance-wise, or also don't make sense for the structure. So actually what you can do in Neos as well, or in this UI as well, is you can, for instance, remove the full navigate component, make it empty, and replace it by something else. So I just made it empty. I didn't want to reprogram the whole thing, so I just empty it. But in the same way, you can just fill it again with just any other component you like, and you can just completely modify this functionality. You need to be aware, this is unplanned, so if you use that, be aware things might change over time. We still try to provide upgrade notes if this happens, but it's generally possible to do that. And it's the same, I don't show a code example for that one now. I thought it's enough code actually for now. But it's the same principle. So actually there are, in the registry there is one part where the components reside, so like the main areas of the site, the left sidebar, the containers and these kind of things. And you can actually go to this registry and replace these components by something else. And this way you can basically modify any part of the Neos UI. And because we also have internal support for theming, you can actually do crazy things like restyle the icons. I'm also not a designer, as you know. You can restyle the icons just in some part of the UI. You can either do that globally for the full UI, but you could also even override it for some part of the UI, which I've just shown as an example up here for that. You don't need to remember all of that code. It's on GitHub actually. So in the Neos repository, there's a package called Neos UI extensibility examples, and in there you find all the examples I've just shown. There's an instruction how to run that. Right. So that's basically how to get started on that. All right. So you might wonder, so now what we've done is we've seen the basic state, the current state. We've talked a lot about extensibility. So you might wonder, okay, what is actually the status of this project now? Can I use it? And what about it? You know, is it finished? And no, it's not finished. But I'm really glad to announce that actually starting today, we can call this a 1.0.0 beta 1. So thanks. So it's not yet tagged in the Git repository. We'll do that in the upcoming days. But actually, what we have done until beginning of last week is just try it out in the demo site and fix the issues we found there. And of course, the demo site is not really representative for all kinds of customer websites. So what we've done in the Neos sprint before the the conference actually. So beginning of the week, we just tried the UI on all kinds of our clients' website, of our own websites. I think we tested like 10 websites or something, and fixed the things we saw there. And this is the process. This is an ongoing process where we actually need your help as well. So it was quite cool because last week we had like, I think 12 or 15 people working on just fixing all these tiny things you encounter when you try it out to make a smooth experience for you. So I think beta 1 is quite justified. So what does that mean? The UI is just a package. I'll just explain that. So the new UI is in beta for now, and the old UI stays the default. That's the case for Neos 3.1, which we'll release soon. That means in the next weeks, 1 or 2 weeks, I'm not sure. But it's right around the corner. Then we have Neos 3.2, and either in Neos 3.2 or 3.3, we say the new UI will be the default for new projects. When we do that depends a little on your feedback. So if there are areas where we feel we still need to improve and iterate on, it might take a little longer. If there are no issues or nobody tests it, then we probably do it earlier. Right. And as soon as we do that, we deprecate the old UI. So that means there won't be bigger changes anymore. We basically just leave it as it is, so to ensure nothing breaks for you. And we'll ship the version 3.3 LTS in, let me think, I think end of the year, beginning of next year somewhere. And this still includes the old UI. So that means the old current Ember-based UI will at least stay in the code base if you keep the LTS version for the upcoming 3 years. So you have time to, if you have custom editors written, for instance, these kinds of things that you have time to migrate. And then with Neos 4.0, which is the next major release after the 3.3 LTS, at this point we remove the old UI, and then the new UI is just the default, the only one which exists basically, and that's just the process. So you might actually wonder, okay, how to get this thing? So it can be installed alongside the old UI. So that means it's just a package you find on packages, on Composer, and you can just add it there. I'll show you that in the next slide. And then you can just switch between using the one or the other. Currently, we would not yet recommend that for production systems because there are 1 or 2 glitches we still want to fix to ensure we don't impact the production systems by doing that. That's why we say, please, currently just for development machines. But I think in the upcoming weeks, we'll also fix these issues. And I think then it's safe to add the UI if you just want to try it, or if your customer, if you want to explain to your customer what happens, to also try it on a production system, because it should not modify your old UI in any way, the way the old code works basically. You can basically use both then. So how to install that? Just using Composer. Currently, you have to install these 2 packages, Neos UI and Neos UI compiled, because you don't want to compile it yourself usually. Currently, it's still dev master. That will change as soon as we have tagged the beta version. Then this will be dev beta or no beta 1 or something like that. And as said, currently we recommend to install it using the development flag to ensure it doesn't end up in your production systems for now. As said, the development flag will go away in the upcoming weeks. And then you can actually use it. You just go to your website, you press Neos, and then you add an exclamation mark at the end. So it's not just Neos, but it's Neos exclamation mark in the URL, and this way you will end up with the new UI. So please try it out. Give us feedback. Tell us what works, what doesn't work. If your website breaks, if it doesn't. Every feedback is valuable. We want to catch all these edge cases we missed so far. And let's make that awesome together. Thank you. So, are there any questions? Yes, there's one question here.
Is NEOS 3.0 recommended? Or does it work on 2.3 LTS?
No, it will not work on 2.3 LTS because we did all this namespace changing and so on, and so it would require quite some work to maintain both versions in parallel. So that means the first version that is actually works as NEOS 3.0. Yeah, good point. Next question. Any question still? Yeah, question in the back.
Are there any plans to develop custom view helpers for backend modules to use parts of the UI, such as the reference editor in my custom modules?
So generally, yes. So I think in the longer run, we'll also... So actually, there are two answers to that. The first one is we are already publishing the individual components, stuff like a select box, stuff like these buttons and these kind of things. We publish these on NPM already, so you can use them in your custom React applications at the current point in time. And the second point is we actually first want to make the content module really, really, really well working. Afterwards, it would be really nice to also add stuff like rewrite the media module based on it, for instance, or just build a platform out of it that you can use it in your own modules. But it's just currently not possible to estimate when this will happen because just currently we really want to focus on the content editing experience, and want to first make sure our editors have a great experience. That's like the first step we want to focus on. Right. Next question. Any question? Okay, so thank you a lot. Please give another applause for the full team who did that. So thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you. So then we stay in the room. Now we are just switching the technique. That should be very fast. And then we will have the lightning talks. I see the lightning speaker already stand up over there in the line. And after these lightning talks, finally we have the promised 7. One suggestion disappears. 7 people came to the registration desk and with their prepared slides, and so we have the 7 lightning talks, and we will start with Daniel Lienert. 7 times 5 minutes. If you want to see speaker under real pressure, really sweating, prepare yourself to laugh when they say, "Oh, the time is up." And it's pretty hard. If you have ever done it, then you can understand what I'm talking about. And I will have a counter here on an iPad, and I will show it to them so that they have a chance to do it within 5 minutes. So, and I see we are almost done. Yes, looks pretty okay. 1 or 2 seconds, okay. Maybe a little more, okay. But if we lose some minutes, this is not such a big problem because the lunch break is big enough. And Daniel will start. Okay. I'm telling you, Jonah, I don't know any jokes. I can show you some magic, maybe. Oh, this looks amazing. So we can, I think, just the jingle. For the lightning talks, it's 7 times 5 minutes, but we start with the lightning talks. I think they are ready, and we start with a jingle, and then we will see 7 lightning talks.
let's start. I want to talk about asset metadata management. What's the problem to solve? You already know this image, I guess. It's taken last year on the conference. And if you take this photo and load it up to Neos, it looks like that. You have the image, and you have an empty title and description field. And everything that Neos gets out of that image is when it's uploaded and the original file name. But I haven't taken this photo, but I post-processed it. And if I post-process images, I add a lot of metadata because I like metadata and I have a lot of images and I need to find them later on. So there are actually a title in that image, a description, there are author data, tags, the capture date, the location where it's taken, faces are recognized on that image, and also we have a lot of technical details. All of that details are automatically entered by the camera itself. And I have that because I use a professional tool to manage that metadata. It's Lightroom, and I guess most of the professional and the amateurs use Lightroom to do that. So it would be very nice to have this metadata also in Neos available. And therefore, I kickstarted 3 packages. It's the Neos metadata extractor, which extracts the data, the Neos metadata package, which provides some DTOs for that, and the content repository adapter that stores this data into the content repository. I said I kickstarted these packages, but Raphael here improved it a lot, and I guess we have the most advanced metadata extractor which is available in PHP. It definitely extracts everything for IPTC and EXIF data and puts that in DTOs for that. And then, what can you do with that? In the Neos metadata package, you have a configuration available, which you can use to map this data on the title and caption field of your assets in Neos. So you just can say, if it has already a title, because asset is also available as DTO here, use that title. If you don't have one, use the IPTC title, and if you don't have that, try the EXIF image description. And you can just use any of the EXIF and IPTC IAM data here. So if you want to use an author tag here or something, you can also do that. And you also can tag this data automatically or put them in special collections. You have ELATENT here, so you can do anything. And then we have the Neos content repository adapter, where all this data is stored in nodes, not in the actual node tree, not on the side node tree, but in a separate node tree under assets, which you then can use in Fusion, for example, to enrich images with metadata. So if you have an image prototype, you just can say, okay, find me the metadata of this image, and then you can render that. Or, what I think it's much more cooler, you can query this asset like you do it with normal nodes. So, for my use case, I just say, give me all assets that are of the type image and which have a GPS latitude or longitude. And then I built a website and a map with all the images on my website. Okay, thank you. Try these packages out. They are a little bit in the beta stage, but if you use them and provide us feedback, we really appreciate it.
So, I just want to show you a little example of how you can bring your business workflow to Neos. So, I'm Samuel, just call me Sam. I'm working at Web Access in Zurich. Yeah. We have a company called Eldora, which have split up some little companies which have different locations and restaurants. So they came to us and with this Excel sheet and told us, we have here a really complex Excel sheet which nobody really understands, and make something nice. So we did this, and I show you that live. I try. Sorry for that. Oh, here it is. Oh, that's interesting. So, that's the website. And I choose a location. Oh, I think you have to... This one?
Check the checkbox. And then go back.
Okay, here we are. So here I can choose the different restaurants. And here it shows the menus for every day or every weekday. And in the front end, it's quite simple. So how we did this in the backend. That's really interesting, working on. So here you are in the backend. There I can navigate to my week, and I have a note for every week. And if I make a new week, I just enter the week number. So the new week is 15. And it automatically generates me about 200 notes with some menu groups, and for every day a single menu. And then I get this nice overview with inline editing where I can enter everything, price, category, etc. So I don't want right now. So I go to an existing one. And in the backend, they have a price calculation. That's not important for the website, but important for the customer. So we did this with preview modes for every day. And they have some prices they are given from the company, and you can calculate every menu. And so they can do their calculation, and I don't know, how exactly this works. This is their business workflow. But the really cool stuff is they can print their menus as a PDF. So, for example, for this week, it generates the PDF with some information like icons and so on. Or just for one day, an overview for each menu they have. So yes, that's it.
Who's the next one?
Stefan Bruckmann. And then Christian König. And then Bastian Heiß, and then John, and then
Well, Neos is really great to edit, integrate content, and of course share content with APIs and all that. But what about user-generated content? Like campaigns or even like a simple order form, really simple order form. How we did this? Just let's create a small basket service where we handle the session and give Neil helper to Fusion. Add a prototype that we can show the basket state on the website and uncache it. And add a simple Neos form. Of course, with a custom email finisher, we can just fetch the content of the basket and add it to the email. Really simple and works. But what about submission form where I want to add document notes, including text and of course images, which the client can upload? Of course, create a Neos form and create a custom note finisher, also finisher of the email, of the form, where we create notes directly into the content repository. But now we have the whole project done and the application is complete. We use this image everywhere and the client steps in and, okay, now I want to upload PDFs and doc files and yes, these are images. So, yeah, I say fair enough, because we only have to change the form fields from image upload to file upload and create a small cloud convert service. And of course, send each file the customer can upload to the service and integrate the final image to the node. Nothing other has to change. So my basic message is, don't make your life hard. Take the easy way, if it is possible. You have so many ways, and you have to search some ways how you can do it fast and clean, maybe sometimes only fast, but there's the shame section, of course. And of course, ask the community and talk to the community. We learned a lot this way. And if you want to look, on GitHub we have published a few packages recently, and if you're in Zurich, visit us or talk to us if you have questions, and talk to me if you have detailed question or want to look how it works really, I don't go public with this dirty hacks, but you can look on the demo right now. Well, and I think I'm really fast and totally in time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christian. I'm here to talk to you about event storming, a fast and fun method to explore your problem domain or business domain. Let's start what we already have in our pockets. We will use domain-driven design. We know everything about aggregate routes, entities, value objects, bounded context, ubiquitous language. We got this sorted. We have to build our domain model using these tools. So it's checked. We want to use seekers. We understand this. We have to separate the commands and the queries for the read and the write. We want to use event sourcing with all the good things which come with it. Events, event store, they form a timeline. Events are immutable, and yeah, we get things like scalability by the idiom message over structure we heard yesterday. So this is sorted. Now the problem begins. We are the business domain. The other part of the project, the technical part, is already sorted out, but this is where our customer wants his problems solved. And his business produces outcomes and revenue for him. And his business domain clearly consists of processes, constraints, triggers, activities, and all the things you see in BPM, L, and stuff. But actually, most of the businesses, they don't know their business in this detail, and I, as a programmer, I don't care actually. So for me, it's unknown territory, and even if I did the same project in the same domain, the new project will be different from the last. So this is where our pain comes from. Yeah, this is the point where we can use event storming to get a grip on our problem and to make a bridge to the techniques we want to employ. In the end, it's really just a method you can use to explore your business domain. It helps you to create your domain model. It will help you identify your bounded context. And most times the overlooked but really important part, it creates a common understanding among your teammates of this problem domain. This is called the ubiquitous language in DDD. So how do we do it? It's easy. You organize a workshop, you gather all your IT staff and the domain experts in one room, you give them maximum space, especially on the walls, because you need post-its, 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 many of them, and pens. So, but this should be one for people, should be enough. The first step you do in your workshop is you name your domain events. You can brainstorm on this. Just ask yourself, what happened yesterday? Think about the past. Think about things you have done or achieved. Don't think about the future, because maybe tomorrow is different. I choose an example like, I talked gossip with someone yesterday on the phone, but clearly there are things which happened. So I just wrote them down on these PowerPoint post-its. I dialed a number, clearly. I picked up my phone from my pocket. We talked. Some when the call ended, but the call started. Some when the opposite side picked up. So I'm done with the first step. The second step is get these events in the correct temporal order. So I thought about when we phoned, we finished phoning when the call ended. But before the call ended, we talked. But before we could talk, we had to start the call. To start a call, we have to dial a number, and to dial a number, I need a phone, so I have to pick it up. Step 3 in your workshop would be to name the connections between your events. Actually, these are the commands you will program when you're doing seekers. So you see, we already got events we will use in our event store. We got the commands for seekers, and we got a domain language, the ubiquitous language, which helps us to communicate in our team. Oh, usually it's step 4, but just a typo. We just iterate over this process. We discuss our domain model in team. We will validate the constraints and the variants and invariants there. Then we refine our domain model, and the team has now established its ubiquitous language. So yeah, there you have the bridge between DDD, seekers, and event sourcing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Right, hi everybody. My name is Bastian Heist, and I foolishly signed up for this lightning talk yesterday before the social event. So yeah, let's get this over with. What I'd like to show you is a little tool, or actually 2 little tools to speed up your coding workflow. One is called Emmet, and what it basically is a tool that allows you to type HTML, or allows you to type selectors, basically CSS selectors, and it will generate an HTML structure from that. Let's have a look at what that looks like. I just type something like, let's try again. Oh, I don't see it. I don't see it on the screen. Okay, sorry, let's try that again. There we go. I type table greater than tr greater than td times 4 and press tab. And it'll expand that code into an HTML structure. That's just a simple example, really, but there's much more you can do. You can it supports placeholders, it supports attribute selectors. So if you find yourself generating or needing to create HTML, this is quite handy. And even better, and where I actually use it much more than for HTML, is using this for CSS. Because Emmet also supports fuzzy guessing. So what you can do in CSS is actually this. I create a CSS class, .foo, and I just type df and press tab, and it'll expand that to displayFlex or FDC or whatever, JCSB. It's great. And the cool thing is really you don't have to learn these abbreviations. All you need to do is type. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work. What gets me every time is FS. I expect it to expand to font size, but it's font style. So there are a few downsides to that. But for CSS, it's a really useful little tool. There's a plugin for IntelliJ which you can activate, and it gives you this. As I said, sometimes it doesn't work, or it doesn't work as we expect it to, because it's based on guessing what you actually want to do. So there's another thing that you can actually do exactly what you want, and this is called live templates. That's a feature of IntelliJ and PHPStorm and stuff like that, I guess. And what this allows you to do is define your own abbreviations that expand into the things you want them to expand into. So if you find yourself typing the same stuff all over and over again, live templates are your friend. You create them in the menu of your IDE. And what I did here is just create a new group called Neos Fusion. I add a template to that, and you can see that I gave the abbreviation PTT, called this prototype, and you fill in the template that you want. It supports template variables. So the cursor will, when you expand this template, jump to these places where you define the variables. And what happens? Yeah, and then you need to define a scope, like in which context should this PTT abbreviation work. And when you use it, in my example, it's a Fusion file, and I'm too lazy to type these prototype things, it just expands into the stuff I want. So this is also quite useful. I use it a lot, especially for React, which can be verbose sometimes, and also for Fluid. And actually, I created a repository on GitHub, which URL I did not include, but I can share it. But you should also be able to find it just by searching Fluid Live Templates, and that gives you, for most Fluid view helpers, it gives you these live templates where you can just type, for example, F colon if, and press tab, and it expands into all these conditions and stuff like that. So that saves you a lot of typing. Sorry? Sorry, I didn't get the question.
There is a ready-made package for Fluid.
Yeah.
Storm that does all that for you.
Oh, that's great.
It lets you jump into the view helper directly, etc.
Yeah.
It's even more handy.
Okay, that's good. So maybe you can share that afterwards, even though I did. Yeah. Basically, that's it. These are the two things I wanted to show you. I use especially live templates a lot in situations where I find myself typing the same stuff over and over again. And this is a really handy tool. Thanks for listening.
So sometimes you don't have to write always PHP and all that kind of stuff. You have to do some front-end stuff. To my person, I worked at Gesagt Getan. We are the event sponsor. It's our responsibility that you have drunk too much yesterday. So sometimes I often see this. We are too busy to improve our workflow, and especially in the workflow in the front end, because it's not that easy with all that Sass and PostCSS and all that stuff. And I wrote a package. It's called gulpfile.js. And I use it since years for our NEOS project, and it's quite handy. And this was too fast. So, what I do on the CSS side, I have to read it. It does Sass, like many of you know. You could also implement less, but I always don't know anybody who uses it. So, I don't use it. It fixes many fair bugs for browsers. For example, the Internet Explorer 11 and the Edge can't handle the Unit4 Vmax. So it just handled that. You have really cool helper for grid and flagbox. You have selector matches. It sorts your media queries in the right order. You have responsive font size. You have round subpixels, all that kind of stuff that PostCSS bring to you. It's quite awesome. And the whole JavaScript part is done with rollup, where you have tree shaking. In the first time I used this part, my JavaScripts get a quarter smaller because it kicks everything out that you don't need. It's really, really nice. You can choose between Bubbly and Bubble. Bubbly is just a bit faster. I prefer that one. And the code, it's also smaller, but with Bubble you can do a lot of more, but most of the time it just works. You have some task for optimizing images like PNG, GIFs, SVGs, and JPEGs. And you have automatic inclusion of file headers. You have browser sync. You can create some nice sprites for icons. And the main thing, it's explain everything here. You can just create a config.json where you override the default config, and basically it just goes to the folder. Where's the marker? This one? Yes. And looks up for these files. And these files without the underscore, it just takes and render it to the public folder. It creates from the images and the sprites the files, the sprite, the pin, the logo, optimize it if you want, and create the JavaScript and create the CSS styles. And quite handy, the stuff for working. For example, the browser sync. It's really cool. You just can press save, and the UI gets updated in all your browsers where you're surfing at, your phone, your tablet, and all the browsers. You can change live on code if it's working or not. And that's quite handy because you don't have to reload every browser. It's very handy for cross-browser testing, all that kind of stuff. It even works when you have connected to Browser Stack and all that kind of stuff. It's really, really cool. And if you want to use it, you can use it because it's on GitHub and it's open source with MIT. You can fork it, you can change it. I think it's a quite useful tool. It was grown over the last, I think, 2 or 3 years. It was completely rewritten 4 times. It's not the whole history, it's not on GitHub. It would be also a long shame at the beginning. But it's a quite handy tool, and I would appreciate if you use it, if you fork it, if you make some pull requests. It would be really nice. So that's it.
So last talk. So hello, last talk before lunch. So I have to be on time. It's so that's me. I didn't prepare too much slides. And thanks a lot for voting. Though it made no difference on the selection, it still gives me a nice feeling to see some little dots on it. I want to talk about testing, about unit testing, and about how to make it better and faster and more fun to write, because it made my life easier, and I just want to share it. So in general, I think most of you have the same experience. My tests look like, so okay, prepare something, and then I execute something. It's usually the code on the test, and then I get a result, and I somehow have to validate it in terms of correctness. And there is in all frameworks usually has some like assert equals, or you compare it by equality, and usually it's not working that nice. So it's not what I want. So why is that? Because equality depends on the use case. If I have a person, so I'm a person, so I have a name. I also have a birthday, so it's not written on the screen. And if I represent it as an entity or a class, I have an ID, and so equality is really easy. So I just compare the IDs, and so it doesn't matter if my name changes. It's very fast and efficient in production code, but not for testing, because if I use this for my test assertions, I verified the only property that my customer is not interested in. So the test has not really any meaning. So I have to re-implement equality all over again and make like a smaller, more verbose version out of it. And I did this like 3 or 4 times, and it got very annoying. So what do I expect from a test? So it should read really fast. So there's a small preparation, a small execution, and also a small search. And I do not want to like, I have a person, so I have an age, their birthday, and a name, and so I have 2 assertions. But maybe it gets more, and then I have 3. And then I have a letter, and it has a sender and a recipient, so I have like a nested object, and it has 2 persons inside, and okay, now I can just assume the persons are correctly, but still I need to test it, because it depends on my implementation, and it gets messy very fast. And first idea would be, okay, I extract a method, and it does all this checking, but then I have very poor messages, error messages, because name is incorrect. Yeah, which one? So it's a sender or recipient? I don't know. And I extracted I found an approach so it allows me to reuse the code for validation within the project, but also in other projects which depend on it, and those messages are generated auto-magically, so to say. They are wrong direction. So the tests now basically look like this. It's Java. So there's one line of validation. It's the format. It's inspired by the Hemcrest matchers. They are part of JUnit. There are similar matchers in other testing frameworks. They didn't work so well. They tend to get very bulky if you implement them. So I replaced them by an own implementation. So if you want to look it up, how it works, it's very little code. It will take you like, I think, 30 minutes to re-implement it in any other language you are using. It has a technical term, and it made my life much more easy. And as a fun fact, there's no dependency in this project, so it doesn't need JUnit at all. I wanted that to exclude because there are so many different versions, and then you have to use the correct version of this library and so on. So no dependencies, just some classes, like I think 7 of them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the lightning talk speakers. There was a brilliant time management. I've never seen that. We was always waiting for a loud sound, which would have been appeared when they crashed the time, but he was 2 seconds faster and 6 seconds faster. That was really crazy and brilliant. Thank you very much. And I could not use this. I could use, but this is that was pretty cool. Thank you. And please now enjoy your lunch, and we will continue 14:30. Thank you very much.
Everyone, I'm sorry, can you also give feedback to Sebastian Kufes on the React UI? Because we didn't do that previously. Please do. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Yeah.
So, welcome again. Are you ready for the next talk from Path Creator? Our journey to the cloud.
Please welcome on stage David Sporer.
Thank you very much. I want to start the last evening of NEOS conference talking not so much about Flow and NEOS itself, but give you an insight on basically two things. The first thing is a bit of project history, how we started out, and how Flow and NEOS really helped us improve and what we've learned so far, because I personally had kind of another background, so not being a PHP web developer all the time, so I did web pages before, so I'll give you an insight on that, and then basically explain how the project grew and how we ended up with a scalable setup using Kubernetes on Google Cloud, or in the end, maybe Microsoft Azure. About myself, I'm David, I'm a software developer. Founded Path Creator about 4.5 years ago, and doing also consulting for wallet campaigns since then. Path Creator itself is an online tool to create and manage digital passes. You might have heard something about it yesterday, since we have luckily won the NEOS award. And basically this is the user interface, so you get your graphical representation of a smartphone where you can upload your images and create vouchers, event tickets, stuff like that. These are some of the projects that customers have created during the last years. So there's some bigger companies you might recognize. We've been running projects not only in Germany, so mostly this is an international project, or it became an international project. But at first I want to talk about project history. Basically, this was me about 4.5 years ago, so I was just a bit bored and looking for a new challenge. So I was using Typo 3, did some projects with it, and wasn't too happy with it, was just looking for a new challenge. And then, since I was in the Typo 3 community, and there was Flow 3, there's still this shiny old logo up there, and that kind of sounded like the future to me, and it was really challenging, since I really didn't know that much about how to build modern web applications using PHP. But what I liked from the very beginning using Flow 3, it does it, or Flow right now, that it forces you to somehow code clean and stick to conventions, and it really helps you to build projects that are maintainable. And then I started just building some Hello World application, basically using Flow 3 or Flow, and started building something else. So I was looking for a project. And that was when Apple announced Passbook, was back in 2012 at the Worldwide Developers Conference, which is exactly the app that we're creating content for right now. And after they did that, I set up a small Flow application where you could just enter your name and got a coupon that you could download on your smartphone. So it was nothing special, but we got about 140,000 page requests in the first 6 weeks, so I thought I'm up to something maybe. And since you see on the screens, it was called Passbooks in the beginning, was renamed later. And after I did that, we continued developing it and had our first live project in 2013, which was an event in Munich with about 2,000 visitors. So that was the point where we really started digging deeper and continued looking into it, since we finally earned some money with it. And I already told that my background was a bit different. So when I started with the Typo 3 pages, my deployment tool was basically this. So That's the shame part that you already talked about this morning. And that obviously was what I was doing in the beginning with Flow as well. I was mainly doing Microsoft stuff back then, BizTalk, application integration, Dynamics CRM, stuff like that. And FileZilla was kind of my best friend. And I didn't know much about Linux at all. So I kind of had a hard start doing all that stuff. And as you might imagine, when you have your first live project and still doing this, it's probably a really, really bad idea. Because, you break things and you're not really, you can't just deploy reliable. So we've learned a lot on the way, basically these things, which is mainly I had to get my head around some Linux stuff. SSH even, that's not a joke, because on that Microsoft products, you just spin up Visual Studio, connect to your server, push a button, and that's it. You don't have to take care about much more, and you even have, in the bigger companies, people doing it for you. So that was not what I had then anymore. And continuous delivery using Typo-3 Serve. And now we're finally into Docker and Kubernetes, since we have a growing number of customers and a large number of passes that are created with the system since about 2.5 years. And so I just wanted, you've already seen that picture a lot, but I just wanted to say thank you to the core team, because it really helped me personally get better at a lot of things. Because of the way you're doing things, and I find it exceptionally that this community is so friendly and welcoming, and really is trying to help everyone to get better, and that is not just something that you say lightheartedly. I really mean it. And I'd also like to encourage people, maybe somebody's thinking about starting a project. It's really worth it. It's sometimes, hard to keep pushing, but in the end, you learn a lot of new things, but I'm not telling you something new. So, what about the cloud? Why do we need a scalable setup? Just one question up front. Who of you guys is using Docker? And who's using Kubernetes or another Docker orchestration tool? Okay, that's not so much. So hopefully I'm able to tell you something new. But why do we need that setup that we're working on? It's not live yet. We're working on it, and hopefully we'll be able to go live with it within the next 4 weeks. These are the numbers from 2015 and 2016. So we had 500,000 passes that have been created with the system in 2015, 2.4 million push updates sent out via the system, and in 2016 it was a bit more. And the thing is, this was not only you have a portion of this number on every day, so you have big campaigns where you basically need to scale. And until now, we were able to manage hosting the setup using plain old hosting. But there's another problem or another challenge. And this is everything that is orange is where we have users of the application. So the biggest customers are in Europe and Australia and New Zealand. And especially Australia and New Zealand poses a risk because you, of course, get a higher latency when they access your page. And that's why we finally decided to go the Kubernetes and Docker route and really push that forward. We started with it end of 2015 with Docker, getting into it, and for half a year now with Kubernetes. And like I said, Kubernetes, Docker, these are the two logos of it. And Kubernetes is Docker orchestration. So it takes a lot of tasks that you have to do yourself from your back if you want to host it. It also is not that easy to get into it because you have to learn a lot of new things, but basically it features things like rolling updates, it's self-healing, you can scale seamlessly and automatically, so you really have a setup that is running on a small scale when you need it, and that scales automatically if there's a big campaign running. It's open source, it's developed by Google, It's actively maintained. They have about 47 commits that are merged into the project every day in 2016. So you can expect to get support or at least answers and help when you have problems. And it's supported by all major cloud providers like AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure, and a lot of smaller hosters as well. And of course, you can host it yourself as well. I want to give you a small introduction to Kubernetes, how it's working, how some of the concepts, and then explain our setup that we ended up using and currently still testing. One concept of Kubernetes is called pods, and a pod is basically a container. And Kubernetes is using nested containers. That means a pod is just a base to run your actual containers in it, where your application is running on. And a pod is the outermost container, and inside the pod, your actual application containers are running. And Kubernetes is regularizing things. That means a container is always running inside a pod, even if it's only a single container. And there's one sentence that's good there. A pod is a collection of containers that are tightly bound. That means they can communicate with each other. You don't have to take care of that too much of yourself. Each pod has an IP, and they can just talk to each other. That's a graphical representation of a pod. So the left one is just a web server that is running inside a pod, and the right one are two containers. That is actually what we are using right now. So we have one web server and one proxy container that is accessing Google Cloud SQL, and these are always tied together in one pod. And when you scale them, you scale pods and not containers, which is important in this case. I'll get to that in just a bit. The second thing is services. A service is running in front of a pod. Services have static IPs and DNS entries. So that's basically you can create a Redis service and then talk to it using Redis as a name inside your Kubernetes network. And the service basically also acts as a load balancer and knows how to route traffic to pods. That means if you scale the pods behind your service, the service always takes care that the traffic is routed using round-robin principle. And it's also detected automatically when one of your pods is failing. It means something goes wrong with no matter what. Your application in that pod is not accessible anymore, then it doesn't get any traffic any longer. So, which is a cool thing, and that pod just gets killed and restarted automatically. This is, again, a graphical representation of services. You have a service in front, running various pods behind them, and like I said, the service is responsible for load balancing traffic to the actual pods then where your containers are running in. The interesting part, for us at least, about Kubernetes is called replica sets and horizontal pod autoscalers, which is somehow a tongue breaker. But what it basically does is a replica set ensures that the specified number of pods is always running. Means if you say, okay, I always want to have 2 pods running inside of my Kubernetes cluster of a certain application, the replica set always makes sure that exactly this number is there. If you combine that with a horizontal pod autoscaler, you can change the number of pods based on certain metrics like CPU load, the requests per second, or you can even build your custom metrics. So you can build an API endpoint and say, okay, if a number is above a certain threshold, the pods should be scaled up, or if it goes down that number, they should be scaled down automatically. And then there's another concept that's called deployments. That's basically a description for pods and replica sets. And the cool thing about deployments is when you change your container, so you upload a new image on a push to your Git repository, your deployment chain starts running, and then it automatically does a rolling update. It means it's always making sure that you get 0 downtime deployments, and that is working on basically any scale. So you just have to update your deployment, give it the new image ID or the image tag, and then the rolling update is starting automatically. We're using Kubernetes on Google Cloud for a various number of reasons. At first, it's fully managed, so which is, I mean, we're a small company, we don't have that much resources, so you don't have to take care that much about the cluster yourself. It also features a private container registry. You get that at a lot of other hosts as well, or even at GitLab, that's possible as well. But since it's inside Google Cloud already, it's a lot faster to just fetch the new images into the Kubernetes cluster. It is scalable, and I mean not the Kubernetes pods themselves, but the hosts running the Kubernetes cluster, and that is something that is a bit harder on some of the other providers, because on what we're doing currently is just you hit a checkbox and say, okay, scale up to 10 virtual machines. And if you are scaling the pods inside your cluster and the virtual machines that are running your cluster are running out of resources, they're spinning up new resources automatically and adding that to the clusters. You basically don't have to take care of any of the underlying problems, so to say, yourself, which is a good thing in most cases. And like I said, on Azure, for example, we had a look at that. It's possible, but there you can scale the hosts, but you have to add them to the cluster using some scripting voodoo, which is, just additional work. And the challenges you basically have on any shared storage, but which also applies to Kubernetes, or on any distributed system, is shared storage, shared sessions, it's logging and background processes. Since you have to make sure that your background processes are running exactly once. If you need them to only run once, you need to collect the log files, since Kubernetes or Docker containers should be immutable. Means that you don't change them during runtime. If you have to change something, you build a new image and just replace it. So you throw your old containers away and restart them, or start new containers with a new version of your application. So that also means that the log files that are maybe created inside of your container would be gone if you don't collect the logs in any way. The setup we came up with is a container that includes our Flow app, obviously. We're using Google Cloud SQL, which is managed MySQL on Google. And like I said, we are running a proxy container running in the same pod that also is including the Flow application. And that way we can access the database using localhost that is routed through the proxy container to Google Cloud SQL in the end. It's amazingly fast. I didn't expect that in the beginning, using some proxy stuff inside a cluster, but it really is. We're using Redis, Google Cloud Storage for resources. So that is basically our solution to make sure that nothing is stored locally on the containers. And we're currently working on PubSub for background processes. PubSub is basically a queuing mechanism inside of Google Cloud. There are solutions for Azure and AWS as well, where you just push messages into, and these messages are then either processed by a worker service, or you can basically access or do API calls to worker backends or your actual application. And we are also using kubelego for Let's Encrypt certificates. Kube is for Kubernetes, and Lego is Let's Encrypt and Go, since it's written in Go language. Our application container is our Flow app. It is Ubuntu-based. It's running Nginx, and it's heavily inspired by mostly two projects. That is Dockerflow by Martin Helmich from Mitwald, as far as I know, and Million12, which really helped us in the beginning, but the problem is that it's featuring too many things that we actually don't need, and then we finally decided to throw that away and build it on our own, which makes it a lot smaller and faster. This is our setup that we are currently working on. We have a controller up front, which is called an ingress controller, that is basically defining the domains that you want to use in your, for your applications. We have 3 of them right now, one which is app.passcreator.com, which is not live yet, but it will be, which is the front-end application. Then api.passcreator.com, which is routed also currently to the PassCreator service, so not the backend service, and we'll maybe split that up later. And we have our Neos web page that is also running inside the cluster, but I left that out for space reasons, basically. And then we have a PassCreator service that is running the Flow app that is accessible from the outside world. We have a worker service that is not accessible from the outside world. That means it's only there for processing background jobs. For example, you can upload Excel files to our application, create 100,000 passes at once, and if this happens, it makes sense to have another service so you don't push that load on your actual front-end service that your users are accessing. And both of these services are scalable independently. That means it doesn't matter if we need to scale because of so many users visiting the web page or some customer uploading a file that is basically increasing the load on the application. kubelego and Redis are only running on one pod, so we don't scale that. At Redis, simply because it wasn't necessary. Even when we do heavy load testing, it just was able to manage that. And kubelego is also not scalable, since what it does is looking at the ingress definition. I get to that point in just a second, and creating certificates for that automatically. Like I said, kubelego is automated Let's Encrypt certificates. So you have a definition of a domain and tell Let's Encrypt or kubelego to create a Let's Encrypt certificate for it. If it doesn't find a certificate, it automatically creates one, and it also takes care of certificate renewal. Let's Encrypt certificates are only valid for 90 days, so it's not handy to renew them by hand, and that's exactly what this service does. The certificate itself is stored inside a secret. Secret is a way to store sensitive information inside of Kubernetes. And I'll also show you some definition of that stuff later. Persistent resources, the best option you have, from my experience, what we did so far, is using one of the big services for it, which is namely S3, Google Cloud Storage, or Azure Blob Storage is it called, I think. There are other options. One is called GCS Fuse. GCS Fuse is basically a wrapper that allows you to store files like you would do on a file system, but what it does in the background is doing the API calls and storing that files inside a Google Cloud Storage bucket in the end. What I've experienced is that it's not fast enough. You can use NFS inside of Kubernetes, which is more expensive, at least on Google and Azure, which is why we've decided against it, and it's also not as convenient as using the cloud storage. If you only have a single container, there's also the route to use a persistent disk, which is, like you know from other virtual machines, you just attach a disk to your Docker container and can save your files there, and you can back up those things as well. And the cool thing about S3 Google Cloud Storage is you can back up that automatically just by configuring it correctly. And if your cluster crashes or some problem with your containers occur, your persistent data is still there. Same thing for Google Cloud SQL or the other managed SQL options. It is possible to host your own or spin up your own MySQL instances inside of your Kubernetes cluster, but we've just decided against that simply because it takes less time to spin that up. Kubernetes is defined in YAML files. All of you, since you're using Flow, should know how that looks. This is an example for an ingress definition. It's one application domain, which is in this case gcloud.passcreator.com. and one route that is used by the kubelego service that is basically the challenge response for creating Let's Encrypt certificates. And then we have defined that all requests that are not this one down here are routed to our front-end service, which is running our Flow app. And the interesting thing is this one up here. This is telling basically kubelego to create a Let's Encrypt certificate for what is defined here, basically. So it's using that definition to automatically create your Let's Encrypt certificates, and you could also use that setup to spin up new test instances that always get SSL certificates automatically. Deployment definitions, this is what I've explained abstractly before. You basically have a number of replicas. So in this case, we always want to have 2 replicas, 2 pods running that are running our Flow application. Then we have the URL to our Docker container in the private registry. We're defining some resource limits. That is 200M, 500M means that it may take up to 50% of the resources of the host, which is in this case a lot. We're still doing some tweaking. And then you define the liveness probe, which is used to detect if your pod is healthy. So if that URL, in this case it's login, we've built a live checking endpoint for that. In the meantime, if that returns a non-200 or 300 HTTP code, the pod is considered unhealthy and it gets restarted automatically. And then you can just define environment variables that are used inside your containers to run the actual application. The service that is running in front of the pods, or in this case deployment, is just defining, okay, what deployment am I talking to, on what port, and then you can define some labels to group stuff and use annotations inside Kubernetes. The horizontal pod autoscaler is, for us at least, one of the most interesting parts. In this case, we're telling Kubernetes to at least have 2 replicas of our application containers or pods, and it may scale up to 10 replicas, which is not much. This is code from our demo setup. And then we define the threshold. In this case, if the CPU load is over 80%, it scales up. If it's lower than 80%, it automatically scales down and kills pods until the load is around that or slightly below that measure. How to manage Kubernetes? It's all on the command line, obviously. If you want to just create new pods or a horizontal pod autoscaler, what you do actually is create your YAML file that defines all that stuff that I've just explained, run one command, and then Kubernetes is basically doing its voodoo in the background and creating the pods, spinning up new ingress controllers, whatever you've just created. And then you can have a look, of course, of what pods are running. In this case, we have 4 application pods, 1 Redis pod and 1 kubelego pod, which is exactly the setup we are running right now. You can show the ingress definition, which is exactly what I've just showed you. What I'm trying to say is just everything you can define in your YAML files. You can check if that works out on the command line just using some commands, and you can also test that after deployment if something works. There's a command to check if the rollout has been completed, so you can automatically check if that worked or not. And you also get that's a bit too small, I think, but you can get a history of your scaling events. So you see exactly when it scaled up, when it scaled down, for what reason. And you can also inspect if your health checks have been failing. You see restarts of your pod, so you can detect very well if something is wrong with your application. And then a last screenshot for the command line stuff. You have secrets and config maps. And secrets, like I said, is to store things like passwords, certificates, or other sensitive information you don't want to have. so you don't have that anywhere in your files inside your images or something like that, which would be a bad idea anyway. So you can use secrets for that and provide these secrets as either you can mount them if it's a SSL certificate, for example, or you can just provide them as environment variables, and you can create config maps, which is basically another principle to store configs without interfering with your actual application setup. So you can, for example, put some special configuration for your Flow application that you only need inside the Kubernetes cluster inside there, mount it into your container on runtime, and then you have a configuration for testing, production, whatever. The costs are depending on the resources you use, how many virtual machines, how many storage, how many traffic you have. I can't tell you from a production setup since we're not live yet, but I expect it to be around 300 to 800 euros a month. Mostly, if we're running big campaigns, that might be a lot higher. But on our test setup, it has been about 150 to 300 euros, so it's not that expensive to get started. Of course, if you always depending on what you do and how much resources you need. If you want to get started with Kubernetes yourself, there are a few resources that I can recommend. One is kubernetes.io, which is the official webpage of Kubernetes. There's lots of getting started tutorials, in detail documentation. There's a Slack channel of Kubernetes that is very active, sometimes so active that they oversee your questions. So maybe the GitHub is a better choice, create an issue there. And there's a tool called Minikube, which is basically running a Kubernetes cluster locally on your machine. So if you just want to get started without paying for some cloud-hosted setup, that's most likely the way to go. What's next for us? There's the new president in the US that signed some executive orders. And we have some customers that are very data privacy sensitive, which is most likely the reason why we will have two setups, one for customers that are exactly that, so they have data privacy concerns when hosting at a US company's services. I know it's not a legal issue, it's more a trust issue, and that's the reason why we will have one setup for outside Europe customers most likely, and one setup for customers in Germany. Europe might not even be a problem because we Germans tend to be a bit more complicated in that area. And our go live will be in about 4 weeks if we're lucky, and we're still trying to get a bit more comfortable with the stability of the system. It's running quite well, but sometimes it's hard to debug, which is our challenge currently, to really get confident enough to go live with it. So thanks for listening. And if you got questions, I think we still got some minutes to go.
Anyone have any question? We have 10 minutes, plenty of time. Yay!
Or another coffee break.
Can you elaborate on the difference between Kubernetes and Ranger?
Not really, because I haven't looked into Ranger.
Can you explain a little bit more about your continuous integration process or updates?
Basically, when we're pushing something, a Docker container gets built automatically by the GitLab CI pipelines, which we haven't really used to deploy things there, but I'm just setting it up. But that will be the setup we're using. So basically, you push code to your whatever branch, then a container is created and automatically updates the cluster in Kubernetes using the command line tools that I've just showed. So there's basically a command to update the container inside a deployment, and you create a new version of your Docker container, upload that to the private registry, and then run the command that executes the rolling update, which we are doing for a test setup automatically, and on production we're a bit, more, we're taking care that we're still alive when it's, or awake when we're doing that.
Yeah, well, on the topic, at which point do you build front-end assets?
Front-end assets are actually inside the container. So when we build the container, we're compiling the SAS files, and we have that inside the container basically to speed up start time of the container. One thing we thinking about, but I haven't found a good way, is basically warming up the cache before building the container, but that is very tricky, and I haven't found a way to do that yet, but that would obviously speed up start time of the container a lot. But the assets are built on when we're building the container.
Part of the pipeline then?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
More question? Then thank you so much for your talk. Yeah.
Thank you for listening.
So we will continue with the next talk, but in between we will collect the feedback.
Please welcome on stage Sebastian Hölzle.
Hi. So today I will talk about Neos and SEO. And yeah. I'm still Sebastian. You already heard something from me yesterday. Still working at Punkt.de as a product owner, still core member. Yeah. So what I will talk about. First, the motivation. Why do I talk to you about this topic? Why is it now important to me? And how the Neos SEO package can help you there. How you can do tracking with Google Analytics and Piwik. And use accelerated mobile pages with the help of Fusion. Use rich snippets and cards with Fusion. And at the end, I will show some kind of concept I have for SEO editing mode in Neos. I hope that is interesting for you. So, the motivation. So, who of you is doing work related to SEO? Who is enjoying it? Maybe I can motivate you also a bit. So until about a year ago, for me SEO, I was still freelancer at the time, and the customers wanted me to add meta tags to the website. So there was the title, there was the description, maybe something else, but that was it. And yeah, the rest was customers' stuff. And sometimes they came to me and told me about something that their SEO agency told them, that the links have to be different, or there should be better content, or the URL should be named completely different, or should be Chinese, or something like that. So there was a lot of stuff which was not really doable. Also, the customer was not able to actually do the content-related stuff, because the SEO agency said, hey, please rewrite all your content, but the customer has 5,000 pages and 50 editors, so it's not like something you can quickly do. Especially if the text has to be verified, for example, by technical persons or scientists. And then there was this technical part, like fixing the site, or fixing like the title was not displayed, or when you share a page, it looked quirky, or something like that. So, last year, when I became product owner, some of our customers approached me and told me, hey, we had those SEO agencies, they only deliver us those reports. The report says a lot of stuff is bad, but they cannot do anything about it, because we cannot quickly change the content, and the people who can actually fix the technical stuff is us. So the SEO agency is not really able to do that much in this case, in those projects. So they asked me, hey, can you not do all that? And I said, wasn't so happy about it. But at the end, we said, okay, let's try it. We look into it. We use some SEO monitoring tool. And now most of my Monday mornings is getting a coffee and reading through 6 SEO reports from different projects and seeing what's going on there. It crawls, the tool crawls the websites every week. And then I look into it and see if there's something wrong, and then I go to the customer and tell them, hey, here we can improve something, here you improve something. Next week we can see if it's getting better or not. And so I'm and my team is also slowly learning about what we can do there, and there are good parts. There are interesting parts, especially from the view of a developer who wants to have something testable, something which is clear why it's not working or not, and not like, yeah, you have to rename, like you just said, your CSS classes so it performs better in Google, because nobody can really verify that. And every time Google does a big update, those people also say, hey, you have to change everything else again. So we focus on the stuff that we can verify, that we can test, and which at the end we realized lead us to write better code. So a lot of the optimizations we did, a lot of the stuff that we fixed that the tools reported to us, led to that we fixed a lot of errors in the website that nobody ever saw. Or we improved the performance in a lot of places that we missed. Or We added a lot of new information to the website, which different Google search engines like Google and Bing and so on could read. And what I like about it in those 6 months or 7 months that we did that in a few projects, those projects got a lot better because of that. And when we implement features, we think more about that, think more about the semantic and what we are actually doing and how it would look to a search engine. Also, our features are getting better. So that made me more excited about this whole topic and not just adding a title and some keywords. Yeah. So first, the SEO package. What it does for you. You can find it in the Neos package repository, install it via Composer, and what it does, it provides mix-ins for adding some basic metadata to any Neos website. Simple metadata like the title, description, keywords, and so on. The Open Graph data that you can enter, title, description, Open Graph type, and the image, which is used, for example, by Facebook, and I also think LinkedIn. Twitter cards for Twitter, and canonical links to not have duplicate content. And also XML sitemap. Yeah. And yeah, you also get not only the mix-ins to build a sitemap, you get a configurable sitemap, and it makes sense to configure it because usually the default might render some pages into the sitemap that you don't want there. Maybe you get external links or some shortcuts or some pages that shouldn't be there, which also you will see in the reports when the tool or the search engine is complaining that this is not something useful. But it's really easy to adapt it because it's written in Fusion and Fluid, so you can change it to your needs. It adds the metadata to all page types. And you can edit it here in the inspector. So the editor just selects a page, goes to the tab in Neos, and enters all this information. It's a good boilerplate for doing SEO in Neos, even if it's in the base package not enough for you. It's still a good starting point. I use it all the time, and it's really working well. And you should extend it, and you should override it. What I mean with that is that if you have the description here or the titles and images, if you have the chance that if you have a node type, a page type, which already contains the information that you would put anywhere there, and the editor would actually only copy it from the node, just hide those fields, and in the node type configuration or in Fusion, read it from this other property. Then the editor only maybe has a few fields here and not this whole list, and has to scroll and fill that all out. Because then it's more easy to miss. If, for example, a blog post usually has a teaser, so use this teaser text maybe here and crop it. It makes it much easier. Yeah. You can also provide fallbacks. That's also not included by default for most fields. So you can just say, for example, the Open Graph type, if it's not set, then just usually it's a website. There are a few other packages you can use. For example, here is something to include the Google Tag Manager. Then from T3, there's also Plugin SEO, which adds some fields, and the SEO Helper. You can, from time to time, look into the package repository on Neos.io and maybe find something there. Tracking. There are 2 packages for Google and Piwik. I think that's the most used tracking tools. They perform more or less the same thing. You see live data in the Neos backend, also in the inspector here. So the editor selects a page, sees, oh, there are a lot of hits, and doesn't need to go to the Google Analytics or Piwik backend, has live data, doesn't have to filter anything, and gets the information there. This helps a lot, I think, for editing, because you see live data there and can decide, is your content actually good or bad? And for example, if two editors fight that because there's a lot of pages and a lot of content and you want to clean the site up, and the editor says, oh, my site is so important, you just can look there and then see if it's that important. Or maybe if it performs really well and you actually wanted to rewrite the page or redo it, maybe you should not do it and instead create a new page. I think removing the step between looking at the tracking and working in the website is really helping there. It automatically adds the tracking scripts. Of course, you have to provide the tracking ID from Google, but in the configuration. Both packages have a backend module to set up the initial configuration, but that's not working in all cases so well because at the end you still need to have the configuration in your in the settings YAML that you deploy, because if you do it on the live system, it might be overwritten by a deployment and so on. So you have to be a bit careful there with the configuration. It depends on your setup. The Google package, tracking package, is maintained by the core in the Neos namespace on Google, GitHub. And the Pivik package is maintained by the community. It got the Neos 3.0 release some days ago. And there's also some parts missing of those in those packages. For multi-sites, it's a bit harder to configure them because you might want to have different accounts for each domain, and that's currently not possible to configure, or not easy. So this is something needs to be improved in the future. If you still want to use the backend module, the configuration should be persisted somewhere. It could be instead of written to the settings YAML, it could be written to some persistent cache, for example. And something my customers always want, because they sometimes have different, the systems where the editors work are not necessarily the production systems. So the problem with both packages is that not all the data is actually arriving in the staging system because it submits its own URL, its own domain, and then uses that for filtering in analytics or Pivik what hits are shown, what data is shown. And the staging system, of course, has a different URL and is a different system, so not all the data is arriving there. So we need some configuration there to simulate where it's like production, but it's not actually production. And even in development, I sometimes would like to see the actual data there. Okay, advanced mobile pages. Who knows about that? What that is? Okay, that's good. It's about building the future web together. It's beautiful. Also, sometime like half a year ago, I think it popped up for me first time, and also a colleague told me about it, and I read what it is, and that Google is doing it and nobody else is doing it, and I thought, okay, that doesn't matter at all. But then, after a while, I realized that when I Google on my phone, I see special results, and they say AMP, and when I click on them, it just immediately loads the article, no matter where I am. It's super fast, and it's really nice to use. And I read, oh, more people are now supporting it, and I read a bit through what the technical stuff behind it actually is. Because it sounded for me similar like the Facebook instant articles, which also got a lot of bad press. Google seems to do a bit of a better job, but still, they are still the main ones who support it. I think Bing and the search engines in other countries still don't do much with it. But the concept behind it, I think, is still valuable for pages in general, because what Google is doing, here you see a search result, here, lightning means better, good. If you click it, you just get the page pre-rendered, delivered by Google, and the web server is not actually doing anything. It's basically a guideline for HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. It means it validates that how you build your page is good. Like, it forces you to leave out bad stuff, like 10 tracking scripts, or big bloated images, or bad structure, or errors in the code, and including 50 JavaScripts and 50 CSS files. So it forces you to behave nicely. That's what we actually anyway want to do, but Google now felt the need to force us to do it, apparently. The good thing is it allows validation, so if you don't behave correctly or your website doesn't behave right, it will not appear in the Google search results like that. The goal is to increase performance, instant articles behavior. It forces you to make less cluttered sites. For example, you have to have only one place in the code where you have to add all the CSS without an include to an external file. So, yeah. And the JavaScript also has to be at a specific position. A lot of tags have to be special. Some tags are not even allowed. It automatically runs optimizations. So, for example, you deliver the original high-quality images to Google, and Google will then, when it prepares the AMP versions of the website, in a way that is optimal for the client. It is cached by Google if you want. There are exceptions. Automatically, it's cached by Google. If you don't want that, for example, if you use Forms or something like that, then it will not happen, of course. And you get a special bonus here in the search results. And I think it works quite well because if a Google search result looks different than other search results, a lot of more people are clicking it. So what's special about it? It provides special components and tags. For example, instead that you include your React or jQuery component to have a carousel or some lightbox or something like that, those components are provided by the AMP library. There's a library on the website where you can go through and look what is available, what cool tools you can use there, like also everything can be used for swiping. It's optimized for all kinds of devices. Everything is responsive. They add new functionality quite often. Until recently, a lot of newspapers and online news pages didn't want to use it because there was no way to do tracking, which was good for us, but yeah, not for them. Also, they don't like that they cannot show you beautiful full-screen pop-ups with please click to subscribe or something like that, and you have to find a little X in the corner. And now they added a bit of that functionality, like the minimum what those people need to do tracking and other stuff. I think advertisements are now also possible. Interactive elements, like I said, sliding, carousels, pop-ups, and other features. Nice effects, special animations, which use the hardware acceleration of the different mobile devices. And if you want to read more, there's on this AMP project side, there's a lot of documentation, really good documentation, also an easy introduction how to use them, and yeah, also validation for everything. There's also a special page for platform support where you can read who uses it, who supports it, and yeah, who's behind the whole project. Some months ago, I built this into my blog package, which is also on GitHub for Neos. And when you click the search result that you saw in the previous screen, you get this page like that. It's maybe not perfectly beautiful yet, but I just wanted it to work. And you get this bit of a special view. Like here you get this header, which is provided by AMP, which allows you to close the search result and immediately go back to Google. It allows you here to link it because if you want to share the page that you're on, this page is delivered by Google. And if you share that, then it would be maybe some kind of crazy URL, which is not helpful and which doesn't lead to your actual page. So they now have this additional button which you should press to share this page with your friends. And some additional options also. So check out the package. It uses rendering switch for AMP. That means if you go with the desktop browser to the page, you will see the old normal page. There's nothing special, but it will contain in the header a small link for Google, which tells Google there's also another version for that. And if Google accesses this version, it gets a differently rendered page. It injects the CSS and the JavaScript that you need for that to work. It replaces special tags for the block. I replace all the images have to be replaced with for a different tag name, and also have additional options. So this is something that has to be customized for different projects. In this block package, I of course don't know what you use in your project. I know that there are maybe images, but for some other components, this has to be extended. Yeah, the alternative URLs for discovery by Google, and get inspired and copy it, and play around with it. And I also saw that some other people on Twitter are already working with AMP and doing some things, and maybe at some point there's a package which makes the whole thing a bit easier. I will come to that in the next slides. So here is, for example, how I make a blog post with its image compatible, because the normal image tag is not allowed. AMP looks for the AMP image tag. And so I do the easy thing and replace all image tags with the AMP image, and also add the property layout responsive, so they are automatically responsive when you look at it on the phone. Other ways of doing it, you don't have to build AMP in the whole page. Not every page has to have that. Usually it makes a lot of sense for news pages, because they are also usually in Google quite at the top, and those are interesting to be accessed very fast. So in my blog example, I also only did it for the blog posts and nothing else. You can use a few of those specials. I only use the special image tag, but you can use whatever you want. There's also, some days ago by Daniel Kestler, was a blog post which is interesting, where he showed how to override individual templates of individual prototypes in EOS to have an alternative rendering which works better with AMP. Some notes which are on the whole topic. What I realized for myself when using it, the way it's not so much about the technical part, but how it's actually presented. During this whole Trump thing, the election and so on, I often Googled for articles and wanted to read something. And Google builds carousels often out of those articles. And in this case, it's both USA Today. I couldn't find a better screenshot. But often, when I Googled for an article, it showed me this carousel, and I could swipe through like 10 articles to the same topic by different news companies. So that was really good to get an overview of what's actually going on. So I could click into them very fast and then go to the next one. You can also, when you're in the article, I think with swipe, go to the next article. So you can quickly read through different opinions to the same topic. And that's something I liked about this whole thing. I mean, that's not necessary. That's for that, AMP is not really needed, but it's an effect that I liked about it. Yeah, you can compare the sources. It's really good for areas with slow internet. The JavaScript that is loaded is not so big. It's still 200 kilobytes, but everything else is optimized, so the pages are really, really fast, and the JavaScript can be cached on the client, so it behaves really good. And as far as I know, the Facebook instant articles are quite bloated at some point. Yeah, in developing countries, this is really good. People can read more easily. The bad thing is it's mainly supported by Google, and we have to see what happens there. So, rich snippets and cards. It's also a bit related to AMP, but not the same thing. So this is basic HTML. It shows something. It's apparently about a theater event. It has some date and some time and so on, but there's like no semantic there. We as a person know what it is, but any machine would be a bit confused what it actually means maybe. And then we can add rich data, and then it looks like this. And now it's perfectly fine, easy to understand. This now contains all the information that a machine or anyone might ever want to know about this theater thing. You know where to buy the ticket, you know the Wikipedia article, you know who invented or came up with the story. everything is in there. So this is one way of adding rich data to your content to make it more accessible by machines. I don't like this style. I think it's very hard to do, and it also needs a lot of the edit or the developer who makes the template has to be very careful what to do there, and also if your project goes on and you further develop it, you have to be really careful to put all your markers or placeholders and everything at the right place and render it correctly. There's another way of doing it, like there are 3 ways of, it's about schema.org data actually. There are 3 ways of rendering them. The first 2 ways look like this, more or less, and the third way, the one I like, is JSON data. It's called JSON LD, which is for linked data, and you add it somewhere on the page. It doesn't need to be exactly where the other HTML is, it just needs to be in the page somewhere. And it tells the machine also what is existing on the page. And you use the schema data on schema.org. You look what you need. You have here the theater type, the name, and everything is structured and more easily readable and is more accessible also by any kind of code. So what does it actually do? If we add this data to events, here of one of our customers, we added it recently to their event list, and now on Google, when you search for their events, you get additional listings here. For example, Google just immediately shows some of their events because it knows there are events and knows what to do with it. They know where it is, they know when they are, and link them. Our customer was very happy about that, so that was nice. Yeah. Rich cards are the next level. Those are they really get their own visual representation. For example, if you look for movies or theater, you get those cards here, which are really nice. If you look for a chocolate cake, you get this information on the right. If you look for great artists, you also get this information, and Google has this gallery where you can see what kinds of types Google is indexing, and also gives the special rendering. And if you read SEO articles, they always talk about search result number 0, because there are always the 10 search results, but this information always gets its premium position. So if you get something in there, it's really valuable because it automatically catches the eye, like here and here. So Google provides different types of visualization. Currently, it's recipes, events, products, and reviews. Each of them get their own visual representation in the Google search results. Other information is sometimes only shown in the normal search results, like also breadcrumbs and so on. Other information is not indexed currently, but maybe at some point. In this Google Search Gallery, you can find the explanation how to do it and also how to validate if you want to build something like that. How to use it. Dominique already had the good example of the aquarium yesterday. So you go to schema.org, look for the thing that you want to show, to give the information to Google and others, and look for it, and then you get the structure, and then you can build the whole thing. You can add the data via HTML. Maybe that sometimes is not bad. For example, if you just want to add a bit of information to images over the whole page. In most cases, I think JSON LD is a bit of a better way to do it, because you can add the information somewhere. It's not related to the visual representation, to the markup. Yeah. You should split the presentation from data, in my point of view. Makes it much more stable when you change something. Google has a testing tool for all the structured data, so you can just tell it, go to this website, show me all the data, show me warnings, show me errors. Sometimes we found out that, for example, in this event list that I showed, the customer has like 1,000 events, and 2 of them had some problem. So we looked into that and found out that the customer forgot to set a link there. So we told them and they fixed it. It was also quite good. The Google Webmaster Tools provide you also with automatic analytics of what's going on your site. On my blog, I have 12 websites. I have 12 people, which are always, that's only me, but it's appearing 12 times. Breadcrumb list. The breadcrumb list is also good for search results because it shows a little breadcrumb before you go to the page, so the user can already access or see the structure of where the content is. And 6 news articles. There are no errors, that's also quite good. And yeah, you can monitor what's going on there. In our customer projects, we have like thousands of elements here, and you can also check through all of that. One thing that was also very attractive for us to render JSON LD data was we can use it as a data source, not only for the search engine, which might do something with it, but we don't even know exactly what it does, but we can also use it ourselves. And for this, the customer has those lists of downloads. Previously, we rendered them when you went there, and it was a very slow process, and it took a lot of PHP and stuff. And at some point, we said, okay, we have to optimize the whole thing. And we knew, oh, we actually anyway want to give more information to Google. So we first rendered all the data that we have of all our assets, or the assets that the customer wants to render on this page, with this schema.org data. So we deployed this already, then we could verify it and test it, and Google also said, yeah, it can index it, and it's fine, and looks good. And then we started to build our new React listing, and with JavaScript, we can just, because it's JSON, we can just read the data and feed it into our React component and have this listing here with a live search, with pagination, and this way we have this super fast, in this case it's called Literature Room, download list, which we can cache, which we can deliver with Varnish. We don't have to do anything in PHP anymore when the user serves it, so that's really cool. And the JSON data can also be compressed with gzip very well. That means the site is, even with 6,000 documents, we tested it, and it was very, very little, and the page was still so much faster than before when we rendered the whole thing with Fluid and so on. And we want to extend this system also to the news pages, to the events pages, and other pages where we anyway now have all this data lying around, and we can just use it. Yeah. So adding microdata is in Fusion quite simple. I created this prototype for microdata, and I added to the head. That's really nice in Neos. You can add anything, anywhere. Much better than in other systems where you have to somehow get into the header and remove maybe the previous description or data and then add it in the right place and so on. So this is really nice. And you can check you only add it if it's a block entry in this case. You can also do it another way. You can do a processor to a certain node type and just say, after this node type is rendered, also render any kind of metadata that we have. And this is how this microdata looks. My first try was to implement it only with Fusion. It needs a lot of code, but I think it's still good. Maybe we can find some better way to simplify it a bit. But basically, you use the tags. You need to set, it's basically a script tag of type application JSON. It uses, and then you can have raw arrays where you define all the data. Here, the context, schema.org. Here you have to be careful to use the hyphens because the @ symbol is used by Neos for Fusion. And the type, and then you can add all the information that you want. And at the end, I added a processor who does the JSON serialization. Yeah. And if you abstract that and create maybe some mix-ins or helpers, it should be really easy to add macrodata to all kinds of node types. Okay, so my concept for SEO editing mode. This idea came because the customers started showing me around before Christmas, was it? There's this SEO plugin for WordPress called Yoast, and several customers called me and, hey, we want the same in Typo 3 and Neos, and please make that possible somehow. So I looked into that, and I had to say the plugin is really nice in WordPress. What it does, while you type, it shows you how well you do your SEO thing from an editorial perspective. Like, do your keywords appear in the content or not? Is your content too long, too short? Is something missing? So if the editor writes his article, and at the end he gets this little traffic light system where he sees red, green, red, yellow, and if everything is green, he can shut off his brain and knows everything is right. So here's this little prototype I built. I actually wanted to do much more, but then the time was also short again, and I played around with adding an alternative SEO view to Neos, which just, instead of showing it in Inspector, which is a bit hard to get actually an overview of what you're doing, to show you in a special mode. So here I have made a little blocks here, which show the data that you entered into the Inspector or in other ways. The next step would be make this all inline editable. Then you don't even need to have this stuff in the Inspector anymore. And for example, here the meta description is rendered. Then automatically it splits the list of keywords and goes through all the titles and text properties that you have in the page and looks how often those keywords appear. Because that's also something the customers ask me for, that this is like super important to them, because you shouldn't have a keyword which never appears in the content. So for example, I just said, okay, if a keyword doesn't appear at all, it's red, it's bad. If it appears only like up until 5 times, it's average. This is not actual numbers of how you should do it. I just wanted to test it. I think it's around 3 times is good. And if it appears a lot of times, then it's green. So this is good. And to create this listing, it's only a bit of Fusion and the flow query helper, which counts all the occurrences. Also a listing of the open graph data that you entered, and a bit of content statistics. I used a small library for that, which counts the characters, counts the words, and there's also like some SEO articles also say you should have a certain amount of words, or you get some kind of warnings. And here I just said if it's like 150 words, then it should be fine. Also the average words per sentence, and I added a small function which I think has to be, is very depending on the language, but for German I set it, and it divides the number of characters by 220, or the words by 220, and then has this rough time of how long the article needs to be read, or how the average person needs to read it, and then you also see if the articles may be too long to read. And here you could do a ton of things, but I realized also while looking at the new React UI, it might be much easier soon. If we can use React components and actually have this data, maybe not in a separate view, but somehow also get a live view while the editor is working in the Inspector or in some other way which does updating live, so you don't have to switch the view, because this means that the editor might just forget about it. But having it on the right or the left, or some pop-up or some extra button where here it shows red or yellow or green, what the current status is on average, and the editor knows immediately that he has to do something. Yeah, it highlights the good and the bad parts. You can add any kind of other information that you want here. Maybe also retrieve external data, or maybe use the package to do some statistics on how easy the text is to read, and also show this information. Other ideas are to show Google preview, how Google would render the result. This is a bit harder because now Google has so many ways of rendering stuff, so this might be a bit more difficult to get it right. Or preview already the Twitter cards. I think some projects already have something like that, but this could also be a nice addition to this SEO view package. But there are all kinds of different ways how search results and so on can look nowadays. So as I said, it might be a bit harder. Some more ideas are, like, as I said, the React UI with live updates, use different components to show this information. Use Elasticsearch to do a better text analysis, because I did the simple thing, I just concatenated all the text and searched through the occurrences. But I read a bit about that Elasticsearch is also able to extract keywords from a text, so you could maybe even show that there might be interesting keywords which don't appear in the keyword list yet. So it could go in both ways. Or like you could help the editor to fill out the keyword list instead of him thinking about it. Yeah, and at one point finish and release the package. Maybe it's just a good place to get ideas from or to copy code from. I don't know if it should actually be a complete package, but I think I will still work on it, and when we have more projects where we can use it, it might get a better status and we can release it. You can find the concept here on GitHub in my space. It's called SEO View, the package. You can copy, extend it, install it with Composer, and yeah. So, any questions?
We have time. Just in case. Okay.
Just one small note from my side. A feature of Neos that is mostly liked by any customer is the automatical redirect handler, which does database entries if you move a page around in the page tree. I think you should mention that feature if you do SEO talks, because that's a real cool feature.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
It's currently not manageable in the backend by the editor, but I'm working on building a redirect manager, which gives you the ability to see all the redirects with statistics and checks for round trips and so on.
Okay, that's cool.
But it's still work in progress.
Yeah. Okay. Any other question in the back?
You know of any Facebook instant pages plugin extension like your?
No, no, I don't. And we don't have, in the company, don't have the need to do that because our customers don't do anything on Facebook really. Okay. But it should be similar, I guess. If you can do an alternate rendering mode which fits well for the AMP, I think you can easily also adapt that to Facebook.
Yeah, okay. And another question, why did you choose the string replace route and not just do it in Fusion?
You mean overriding the prototypes?
Yeah.
Because I don't know what prototypes the project has. Because this is the block packages separately. Okay. So I could override all images, but I don't know if the integrator would like that. So the passive, careful way is overriding those image tags in a way that the chance to break something is very low. But at a later point, if I support more components there, it might be better to, or if I write documentation, say those prototypes are supported, for the rest you have to do something yourself. This is another way.
Okay.
I have a less technical question. I hear many SEO people arguing that using keywords is bad. You're using those keywords. You're actually setting the metadata keywords.
Yeah. Some are saying so. Some are saying, or a lot of people are saying you should add them to the site, but they are not used. Yeah. So, for example, those people who do the Yoast plugin for WordPress, they have a really good blog, also a technical blog where they explain a lot of stuff and really try to make sense of what's going on. And they also say something like that. You should add keywords, but they are not used. So I don't know what to do with that. But in this case, I don't think it's a problem because if you define the keywords, if you, as an editor, say, I want to write something about Neos, about CMS, and about JavaScript, and one of those keywords is not appearing in the content, I can use it just to get my article right. So you can also decide just to throw away the keywords when rendering and not show them, but use it for editing.
And you're right now not yet recognizing word variations, right?
Sorry?
The Yoast plugin recognizes word variations. So similar words meaning the same.
Synonyms.
Yeah.
I don't know if it does it. Is it a question or do you know that?
Does your plugin do that?
No, it doesn't. That's also something that would work with Elasticsearch, for example, because it knows about synonyms, it also knows about stop words, and could make a much better text analysis than my Flow query helper. Yeah.
No question? Then coffee. Okay. Thank you. We are waiting for feedback too.
Please welcome on stage Christopher Lubeck and Bernhard Schmidt.
Yeah, welcome, and yeah, you're so brave that so many of you are still here, and we wish you good luck with this last topic, which is quite, yeah, we'll see. So yeah, from the labs. So I'm Christopher Lubeck. You might know me. Presenter doesn't. Yes, good idea. So yeah, I'm CEO of network team and technical lead, and I'm in the Neos team since 2008. Did quite some stuff there, fusion, caching, different parts of the content repository, dimensions, and whatnot. So touched almost everything.
So, I'm Bernhard. I joined the Neos team last year in September. I currently work as a software engineer at Core4 in Hannover. And I thought it was a good idea as an initial assignment in this team to refactor the content repository. It seemed like an easy task. So, I also want to welcome you here. And yeah, let's begin.
Yeah, so we are all pretty happy with Neos, right? And it's a really powerful and cool system to work with. So the question is, what's really the power behind Neos? So what's your idea? Is it the front-end rendering? Is it the user interface? So what makes it so powerful that I can work with content in a structured way and having it really easy to define new content and have features like dimensions and workspaces with fallbacks and everything. So in the end, what's the power behind that is the content repository. That's the building block for Neos. That's our foundation. So, but then, do we live in like content repository utopia? Is everything perfect and we are totally happy? So no, I think we have quite some issues left there. So we really would like to have something like history support and undo. Undo would be great, right? Having a button to say, no, I didn't want to edit that, or move it here, do it, make it backwards. So not possible right now. It's really not possible at the technical level. And we really struggle to get the publishing of more complex changes right. So moving between different parts and in dimensions with workspaces, that's really complex code. And there are still some bugs inside there that you can find if you try hard. So it really took us a long time to get that stable enough. And then we have some parts like querying with dimensions, which were introduced a little bit later after we published the initial content repository. And we now have workspaces with fallbacks, so you can have team workspaces and stuff which are pretty powerful. But all these features have quite some impact on querying data. So in each query in the system, you need to evaluate a lot of stuff and need to find the right variant. What is the best matching node for my query? And that's not an easy problem. And in the end, the API grew a little bit out of hand because we never really did an API modeling. It just happened to be the way it is right now. So, and it works, but it could be more consistent and could be more powerful API. So yeah, what's the status quo? The content repository, the API grew since version 1.0 to implement new features on top instead of having a consistent API that was modeled. The current complexity blocks the progress. So having new features is adding more features that we would like to have for users is harder because of the complexity inside the code, which is littered around a lot of different components. Then we have some performance issues in different parts on queries. If you have a lot of nodes on one level, you can hit performance issues. If you do, there are scenarios that work pretty well, and most of the times it's perfectly fine, but there's still some limits you can hit. You can find solutions around that, but we want to do better. So yeah, what are our goals? We want to solve these performance issues. We want to reduce complexity by modeling some aspects more explicit instead of putting it all around the code base and having a few consistency checks here and some stuff there. And so it's quite hard to reason about this system today. And of course, we want to enable new great features, which perfectly aligns with the vision we have with the new UI, which will enable us again to go forward with great new features. So how do we do that? So you heard about it a few times this conference. Again, it's the CQRS and event sourcing for some parts of the system that we think is the best answer to these problems and could be a great solution. So how did we proceed? There was a workshop with Matthias, which you saw at this conference last year in December in Frankfurt, and a few from the NEOS team, including myself and Bernhard, did attend this workshop, and yeah, it was like a crash course with event sourcing and getting up to the concepts and getting hands-on to the modeling, event storming of a content repository, which is not such an easy task because it's a pretty generic domain. It's pretty hard to find the right events and everything because in the end you could be too generic about them. Like, I create content, I'm done. So you have to be more specific. And so, yeah, we started, and I just want to give you a little sneak peek of how that could work from the concepts we did there or designed there. So editing with events, how could that work? So we have a content editable, and I type in a new word. I put my cursor and type in a new word. So the front end sends that to the server and says the user edited something. So in the CQRS architecture, there's this pattern of a command, and the command encapsulates an action. And the action is update node properties. And the command has as a payload all the information we need. So in this particular case, we have the text property change, we have the old value and the new value, because it might be interesting to have both in the same command. And we have some identifiers to identify what has been edited, which variant, and which workspace, and technical details around that to identify the change. So then we have that command, and it goes to a... Okay, that's my boy. It goes to a so-called command handler, which deals with commands. And okay, sorry. We have to talk on the way home. So, yeah, we have this command handler, and the command handler gets these commands and knows how to deal with that. And we might have this concept of an aggregate. I won't explain too much about it. An aggregate holds some knowledge about consistency, aspects of the model. So, in the end, there's some part in the system that knows which events should result from a command. So then we have this event store. I hope you all got some notion by now from Robert or from Matthias. So an event store is basically just a collection of things that happened. And in our case, it's something about the content. And the thing is, you don't change things that happened You can't change them. They just happened. It's immutable in that way, and it's just linear. It's another thing happened and then another, and you have a consistent order of these events. So that's easy. We just have an event which is named in the present case. Node properties were updated. And again, we have this payload of the text property. So until this, it's pretty easy and obvious. And we can go further. We can say, now we want to do some more events. We have our node properties were updated event, and then some document node was inserted into the tree event, and that might hold a position where it was inserted, which node type was inserted, maybe other nodes that were auto-created, like content collections to hold other nodes. So then maybe a node properties were updated event again to edit some content. And finally, maybe some workspace event. So what happens with workspaces? If we have just one event stream, and a workspace can easily be discarded. You can work on different workspaces in parallel and maybe only publish one workspace. And since events are basically a ledger of things which are the single source of truth of the system, do we want to store things that might not have happened at all because a user did not publish the workspace? And do we want to store each and every single edit operation, which could pile up to quite a large amount of events? So, question is, what do we do with workspaces? And yeah, during the workshop, it was like we went into alternate realities. We thought about, so what if we do not have only one event stream? And we can use a system, ideally, where we have the live event stream, where we publish a node was updated event that was already published, for example, or imported, or whatever. And then we have a workspace. We then went a little bit further and said, yeah, workspaces are nice, but let's call it editing session, because inside a workspace, there might be many editing sessions because you always work in the same workspace of your user, but then it's published, and then you start a new editing session. So we got the notion of an editing session, which we don't have right now. We don't need it in the current model. So it's some aspect we learned about that we didn't model explicitly. So we have editing session 1. And then you do the alternate reality, not alternate facts, it's alternate realities. And you start having an event, E2 dash, that would happen if that workspace is, or editing session is published. And then something else could have happened in the live event stream, the real E2. So events are sequenced in most event stores for various reasons. So that's also a thing we had to keep in mind to not break. And then something else happens in that editing session in the content. So, and now a second workspace editing session starts, and there's also some content down there. So that's how the system could look if multiple editors work in different editing sessions and work with the system. So. But how do we publish that? Yeah, good question. Perfect. So publishing. So we thought about how can we publish that because we can't rewrite the event streams to merge that in between. And we work with the versioning system, which is quite popular, which has many great concepts, including immutable commits, which are like events, and it helped like having that as a mental model. So we thought about, well, then let's do a rebase to finally publish that. So for all of you that don't know Git too well, it's like you take the current branch. So this editing session is basically a branch. So we have a separate reality where we publish events. And if we decide that we want to apply these events, we have to bring it to the most current event that is already published. So in this example, we have event E2, and we need to rebase, so put our events of the editing session on top of that event. So here they are basically renumbered, or new event IDs are taken, so we don't rewrite anything, we just start a new editing session when rebasing. And now we have a perfect new feature we can give the user. We can have a conflict detection and resolving UI, basically. So currently it's the last publish wins. So if you have a workspace and publish it, and if you have an older workspace with other changes lying around, and someone logs into the system a few weeks later and says, oh, I've still unpublished changes, I'll just publish them. He could perfectly override changes you already published and wanted to make live. So that's pretty dangerous, and we can't detect that right now. So we can have, with some work, a really cool conflict detection on top of that. So yeah. Basically, it's like Git for content with dimensions and workspaces. So easy mental model. Yeah, so how would that look with commands? Matthias spoiled that a little bit. It's like command sourcing. He told us, yeah, but normally you don't do that. But in your case, it would be fine. So he knows more about that whole stuff from many projects where he applied these patterns. So it was really a great help. And in this case, the idea is to take these events that are not yet in the live event stream, make a new command that says, I want to apply these events as new commands. And for example, the command is publish the commands of editing session 3. The commands where no properties were updated, or publish, that's not right. So it has to be an action, of course, from the text. But you get the idea. And so a bunch of commands that should be applied. And it goes to a command handler again, and maybe some thing that does some validation of if all conflicts are resolved or any structural issues might arise if you do that. And then it goes into the live event stream as perfectly ordered events. And nice thing is we can do some optimization. Like if you know Git, there's this squash idea where you can have multiple edits and squash them into a single one to make it more intuitive to see what the changes were, to have less single commits. And here we have all kinds of opportunities to, like, if you only change single words all the time in text, we can compress that into one edit event for a single node. So have less events, which reduces storage and everything. So we can decide, we can have different strategies. At least we have the opportunity from the model, so we have more information. Yeah, so that's our state from the concept phase. But is that really something which helps us in reading this stuff? We only talked about writing events for editing and everything. So that doesn't help us really to solve the issues of querying data that is in different dimensions with fallbacks. So I would like to hand over to Bernhard, who has quite some ideas about that.
So, thank you. We've learned a lot about all those events and event sourcing and event storming and messages and all this message over structure thingy. So one could get the idea that we're actually done because we all have this new structure and it's the non-structure, the message structure, if you want to call it that way. But as Christopher just said, we have to have some content structure in a projection, for example, that can actually keep up with all this complexity. So let's talk a bit about graph theory. Sadly, it's not the hangover session. It would be the perfect topic for that. So at the beginning, let's look at the status quo. So we have our nodes in a node data repository, and they're stored there independently. You just can add new node data objects, and they work fine without knowing whether there are other ones or not. You have different defining data components, like an identifier for identification of the node within its tree. A tree basically is what you can see in the NEOS backend. You can select one of multiple trees via the dimension selector, and there is a different tree for the live workspace and your own. So a tree is basically a representation of all nodes within a combination of workspace and dimension values. So path and index define the position within a tree, and the workspace and dimensions in a node data record are for identification of the node's original tree. So the tree it was originally created in. There are some access restriction properties, and last but not least, there's the node type and properties fields for semantics and content. So the issues about that. The fallback determination is expensive. We already had that before. It's easy if you only have one single dimension. Just follow along the paths and you're ready. But due to our fallback mechanisms, maybe you have multiple dimensions with multiple possible dimension values and fallbacks defined. So you actually have to recalculate which of those possible children, for example, are actual children in your current context. This is because a node data record itself, it has an original tree it was created in, but it can actually belong to multiple trees. They're only aware of the tree that they were created in, not to the trees they belong to. And fetching the right node data record is non-trivial, as we will see in the near future. And all this fallback determination is done during read time, and that makes querying the content repository as slow as it is right now. It works fine unless your project gets too large. But actually, we don't want that the system, we don't want that situation where you can say, okay, use NEOS for up to 100,000 nodes and not a single one more, because then it gets too slow. So we need another model for that. Another issue is that there are some node operations, like moving a node with many child nodes to another place. It's rather slow because all those paths in the node data records have to be updated, and it's error prone because all of these fallback mechanisms. And one naive approach would actually be to solve this, to just duplicate the nodes all over the place. So for example, you have a node and you have 45 dimensions, like we had in our project. Then just copy the node 45 times, and you know exactly who is parent, who are whose children. There's only one problem about that. It's a mess regarding duplicate data. You have to keep track of all those nodes and have to keep them in sync, and you usually don't want to do that. So let's have a look at some graphical stuff that should help visualize this. So I've prepared a small example, which is rather simple. You have two dimensions, market and language. Markets Germany and England, with Germany having fallback to England, and language German having a fallback to English. There are 4 possible trees in this: England English, England German, Germany English, and Germany German. So that's the way the nodes are currently stored in the node data repository. There's some kind of system node sites, which is unstructured and doesn't have any configuration regarding the dimensions. Then we have 3 home pages in 3 different variants. And there's no version for German. And then we have 2 sub-pages that are only available in the default combination. So so now the task is find out which nodes build, for example, the menu for the German version of this website. So it's not easy. You have actually to decide which of those 3 home pages is the one that you actually want to use. In this example, it will be probably the Germany English one because we want to stay in the market, because it's the primary dimension. But this has to be calculated on each request. So how do we get rid of that without duplicating all those nodes? So the idea is to separate structure from content and say, okay, all the structural components, like where is this node and what tree does it belong to, or which trees does it belong to, need to move out of the node. And luckily for us in graphs, there are not only nodes, but there are also edges which we can use. So let's look at the same example, but in a graph. And that's what it looks like. So we have still the 3 homepage nodes, but there are edges for all available trees. For example, we have that. Yeah, nice. So to know which homepage we want to display, or if we are to display a homepage at all, we just follow the German edges along the graph, and now we see which nodes actually belong to the tree we want to render. So I need to start some process now, because there's one thing where we actually use that model. It's used, I already teased that during the NEOS Awards. This is, most of you probably know this one, and it's the node index build command. And for many people, it's a little bit painful if you have a big project. These are 56,000 nodes in 45 dimensions, dimension values in combination. So let's see if we can get this one finished before the talk is over. So what this actually does is it reads the node data records into memory and puts all those records into this set graph structure, where each and every node is aware of its position within the graph, and then this in-memory graph will be projected into Elasticsearch. So this will take some time, think about 5 to 10 minutes. And in the meantime, let's look at another thing. We have started a little side project while everyone else was busy writing the UI. And it's called the Content Repository Event Sourced. It's based on the event sourcing flow package. And we're in the process of catching all those events that could probably happen within the system and emit them and then project them into different projections. I've prepared a little graph projection for this. And this is something, just another entry for the shame gallery. But it displays something quite nicely. So I have this test mess command. So I created a mess yesterday by importing 30,000 news nodes on the root level. And now I want the content graph to retrieve the 5 latest news out of those 30,000 without an index. So how long can this take? This is actually a worst-case flow query. So you can't do anything much worse than this. And it takes about a second to load all those nodes into memory, and then another 1.5 seconds to sort them and to return the result. So this is really bad. Don't do this at home. But the actual power of this is you have one single SQL query. You have all the nodes in their context in memory, and now you can do everything you want. You could write your own XML sitemap from this in like no time. And that's where we want to go with this projection. So this is nice when you read, because you know everything that you want to know. Let's look at a few operations, because this whole fallback complexity is not gone. It's still there. It's still not easy. So let's see what happens if we move a node. It's one of the most painful stuff we can currently do. So we actually don't have to touch the node at all. I just have to move it to the right so you can still see what happens. So if you want to move that alongside the page node, then we just reconnect the edges to the new parents. So for the violet one, it's a no-brainer. Just go to the violet parent. Same for blue. And the same for red. Now the interesting part is, again, which is the new parent of the yellow edge? This is exactly the same problem we have had before. And there's another concept, which is currently used implicit all over the code, and we've made it explicit. It's called the interdimensional fallback graph. I love this thing. So you have all those 4 trees, and actually the fallback values are calculated between all those possible trees. So you have that England-English one, which is the fallback for everyone. There's England-German, which can only fall back to England-English, because you cannot fall back from England to Germany in the dimension itself. The other way around is for Germany-English. And the interesting part is actually Germany-German, because it has 3 possible fallbacks. Can do a fallback in the market, in the language, or in both. And we have to be able to calculate the weight for all those fallbacks, and that's actually possible. So, for example, the first fallback we want to do is to Germany-English, because we want to stay in the market. It's the most, it's the highest prioritized dimension. So we have 0 in the first dimension, 1 in the second. You can't do any smaller fallback, so that's our primary fallback. There's a secondary one where you can fall back in the market and stay in the language, and the least desirable one is to do a fallback in both of those. There's a little formula in the implementation that can do this for all combination of dimensions and dimension values and all kind of fallbacks. So this is now explicit and can be used for all projectors. So let's go back to the presentation. Okay, it has lost. Okay. So what we do is separate structure and content. We move structural information from node to hierarchy edge records. The path becomes obsolete. If you want the path, just traverse the tree up. You don't need it for anything else. Index and name, only where still needed, move to the edge. So since you don't have a path anymore, you don't need a name for the nodes. There are a few exceptions. For example, the child nodes, the content collections that have a path like main or stage or something like that, they still need that name, and that goes to the hierarchical edge. Multiple edges can connect to nodes in different trees. We have that one. we simply hash the combination of workspace and dimensions. The workspace is actually, in the graph model, the least relevant dimension and nothing else. And access restrictions are moved into a separate mechanism. We have a look at that. So in conclusion, the fallback determination is still expensive. It's essential complexity in our system because we want that complex fallback to happen. Edges supplement nodes in the information, which trees they belong to, because you can't just tag, for example, in a SQL database, you can't just tag a node data record with multiple entries and then query that. So let's put that into an edge. It's also the right model for that. Fallback determination is done during write time, not during read time. And formally, scary operations like moving, they become quite trivial. So this connecting to nodes with multiple edges seems to be redundant, but it actually enables two features. You can now actually delete a node in a dimension variant. If, for example, you have an untranslated English node, and you don't want to have it in the German fallback, that doesn't work. You can delete it, then it's gone, but if you publish it, it's there again because the fallback mechanism is at order now. So you can, currently you have to create a variant, disable that, and that's actually not what we want to have. In the new model, you could just remove that one edge, and so this node no longer belongs to that tree. We can also reorder nodes in different variants without creating new records. We just put another index to the connecting edge, which is already there. So, additional possible edge types. Don't be afraid, there won't be an edge types YAML. This is a little bit too complex. So, ancestry edges could replace the paths so that you still know which node has a connection to which other node in a parent-child relation. So each node has as many ancestor edges as it has parents up the tree. That could make, for example, searching for node types within the tree much easier. But it has a drawback because it adds the complexity of move operations again, because you have to realign a lot of edges, which is possible, but we have to be aware of that. Accessibility edges are a nice thing because currently to know whether a node is accessible from when to when and for whom, to know that you actually have to traverse up the tree and evaluate all the parents because they might be disabled too, for example. And with edges, you can say who disables whom. And yeah, that's actually much more nice. Reference edges could replace reference properties. This is a nice thing because you can evaluate them in both directions. So you don't just know whom I'm referencing, but also by whom I'm referenced as a node. Sibling edges, that's kind of an edge case. If you, for example, if it's important to have your directly neighboring nodes, you just could do that chained list across siblings. And property edges, that's a slightly different model where you move all that fallback logic from node level to property level to have shared properties across dimension borders, for example.
Later.
Yes, that's yeah, later. It's yeah. So, where do we project the graph? I mean, there's this standard SQL thing you have to do every time because the standard stack comes with a SQL database. We had that messy example from before. It actually works, kindish, not for everything, but yeah, should do the trick. SQL is actually not that bad at storing graphs because you have entities and relations, and yeah, that's it's not ideal, but it's okay. Then, yeah, what I'd really like to do is put the content repository into the graph database, because that's its natural environment. That's where it belongs. We can do this Elasticsearch thing. Oh, we could have a look at how far this has gotten. With all the edges and nested documents. We have a look at that index. And or even to memory for high-performance content repository instances.
Like
So-
SAP does. Then it's NEOS Enterprise Edition with in-memory content repositories.
Yay. So, the Elasticsearch index is done. We now have 55,000 nodes and 290,000 edges in our Elasticsearch index. It took about 5 minutes. Actually, the amount of edges would have been the amount of nodes in the index before, because it was multiplied into all possible variants. So we have a much smaller index now. It was ridiculously fast, actually. And let's have a look at the index itself, what it looks like. So, for example, this was the previously built one. So this is a product in this Elasticsearch index. It has a few properties, a few relations. Yeah, a few more relations.
Just a few.
Other relations. A few more relations. And finally, it has exactly one edge. So this is kind of a merged edge, which knows everything there is to know about the connections in this. So it knows the tree it belongs to. It has a sorting index. It's stored the access roles for this node. It knows whether the node is hidden from when to where. And you can actually now query the Elasticsearch index with exactly one query, and don't ever have wrong results. So, I hand this one back.
Yeah, so I hope you got a small idea of what we are up to with the content repository. So we want to combine the efforts, and I won't give you a detailed architecture introduction. We don't have time for that. But so the idea would be the content graph that Bernhard talked about is one part of the system, which could be an independent package. Like Matthias suggested, would be a good idea to have that separated. Then we have that new CQRS event-sourced architecture, which and that's our plan, can slowly introduce into the system by actually using it in the current system by hooking into the current implementation, then providing a completely compatible Node API adapter. So everything works as current, even if you already have some custom content repository or usages, like importing stuff from somewhere and using this Node API, it would stay stable. And then having a new API with new features separated, and read requests would go to the content graph with much better performance. So, yeah. We're just starting with that, and I hope at the next NeosCon we can have a progress like we have now with the React UI, which also was at that state a year and a half back. So, yeah, thank you for your patience with this pretty technical topic, and yeah, we hope you got an idea, and wish you, yeah, happy conference.
No?
So, we are almost done. The first thing I would like to say is regarding the last talk. We are now collecting your feedback because we will have no break between the last talk and the closing session. For the closing session, I would like you to fasten your seat belts because and refrain from smoking. Because after all these informations, we want to go into action. You have to be active. A lot of you will be very active, and we have some really surprising stuff for you. Of course, and this is the part where everybody could be active, we would like to thank a lot of people and agencies, and we would like to start with Midwald for being our sponsor for the NEOS Award. And we would like to give a big, big applause for this really awesome and brilliant speakers which we saw here the last 2 days. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, that leads me to the next award. We need somebody from the core team on the stage. Thank you. So, and we have this wonderful trophy, and he's the only one who knows the results of your feedback. You don't know? So then we need the person who gave us the results. So then we'll make it a little bit. Yeah, some commercial. Okay. Who has a commercial here with you? It's 200 euro. So then we will just stay on this. It's cozy over here, and we will make it a little bit. If we get this wonderful and interesting paper, we will do it later on. So, but a lot more people. We want to say thank you. Please come on stage. One person of each company. The value sponsors, Xpeer and Tech Division, and our Wi-Fi sponsor, NetLogix. Yeah, you can see. Danke. Super. Danke. So, einmal im Boden. So wie vom Champions League Spiel, ne? So. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, and this will take some minutes and you will get warmer and more active, but there are so many companies which are supporting this event. And the next companies, our media partner T3N, our tech sponsor Krinos, and our goodie bag sponsor Internet. So please. Thank you. So, no photo, okay. He's so shy. No. Okay. So, but we were, Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Internetso is already gone and they took it already with them. And the next categories are the social event sponsors, Gesagt, Getan and OneDrop, and the t-shirt sponsor Mindscreen. Please come on stage. Thank you very much. So, the next category. We would like to thank again the core team for a huge support during the preparation of this conference. Thank you very, very much. They will be later on the stage as well. So, and then we have also a big applause for our premium sponsors. And somebody asked me because of the order, and our alphabet begins with S, of course, as Zeitgeist, and that's the reason why our first premium sponsor is Sandstorm. So, sehr gut. Cool. Thank you very much. And the real reason because they were the first is because they were really the first who said, okay, we want to sponsor the conference in Hamburg. And the next premium sponsor, oh, I'm sorry, one more applause for Sandstorm. Of course, they are not only the premium sponsor, they also did the live stream with extremely high-end equipment over there. And well, this maybe almost doubles the attendees of this conference. So thank you very much for the live streaming. And the next premium sponsor is Punkt.de. Oh. Danke. Okay, thank you. And you're so fast. Flow Native. Right. Thank you. So, and one more premium sponsor, Network Team. Thank you. Yeah, and the organization of this event was done by Zeitgeist Neos Solutions GmbH. Thank you. Yeah. So, and this thank you is not for Robert. It's just such a funny picture which he took during the opening. And thank you because you did a very, very important thing with just being here. Because the signal in the CMS world would be not so fine if we had really small numbers of participants. And there were a lot of competitors which are looking at NEARS, and now we will see what will happen next year. And it was rising again, stronger and better than before. And thank you very much for your support, for being here. We have sold 163 tickets, and I'm sure we will beat this next year, but this number is really cool. Thank you. So, and then I need some more. I would like to have Peter, Lea, and Jule on the stage. Give a hand for the helping hands. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we will do it.
Take that
and yeah. No, Dimitri. No, don't be shy. Steer the camera. Yeah. We have Photoshop. Cool, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, and then we would like to have one big thank even more, and I need your help, I need your support. Please, give me an L. Please give me an I. Please give me an S. And give me an A. Who do you want to see on the stage right now? Woo!
And actually, we loved it so much, the way it worked, everything, and all that. So thanks again. So that's why I have one important announcement to make. We have one more core team member, and that's Lisa. Welcome to the team.
Thank you. So that was 2017, almost, but now what we will do now. I mean, 2017 is not over. Okay, we can do it before. Okay, yeah, then we know the secret. Who will win this wonderful? I mean, I would like to have this on my desk. It's so cool. And no, I wasn't the speaker.
Do we know?
I know.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. Lisa told me she knows everything. There were a lot of amazing talks, but the best votes, the most votes and the most green votes for the best talk of the NEOS conference 2016 was from Senor Kurfürst. So, yes, and now 2016 is not over. I would be asked to announce the next events on April the 12th is NEOS and CMS and Flow, NEOS CMS and Flow meetup in Munich at Format D. At the same time, from Neuwärts at Transformationswerk, also NEOS CMS and Flow meetup in Hanover. And yeah, and 2 times you can be there. So this is a little bit. Oh, I'm on the wrong button. So yeah, and then in May we also have 2 meetups. One is in Düsseldorf at Permanent, and the second one, between that is the NEOS Meet NEOS format, the B2B format, the B2B conference, and it's in Basel and is organized by Web Essentials. And the last event in May is the NEOS Flow and Meetup in Hamburg at the agency Zeitgeist. That was 2017, but there's one more surprise, one more announcement. What will be 2018? There will be a conference again, and let's have a look where it will be. It looks also northern Germany, yeah. Yeah, a big lake in the middle of the city. And it will be again in Hamburg. The NEOS Conference 2018 will be almost in the heart of Hamburg, but also in a big, beautiful park. And there are historical buildings surrounded, and in the middle of this campus, of this green campus, is a solitaire of glass, and inside the solitaire will be our location where we will have the next NEOS conference. It's a private law school, and so everything is high-tech and wonderful, and the Bucerius Law School, and everything is cool and modern, but we will make it very cozy, we will promise it. And if you will land at the airport Hamburg, maybe you know the new name is Helmut Schmidt Airport Hamburg. Helmut Schmidt, one of the most worldwide well-known politicians. He was Chancellor for Germany. And why I'm telling you these kind of stuff? Because our conference room is the Helmut Schmidt Auditorium. This is outside, and this is how it looks inside. And this is really high-tech, and this will be pretty cool. There you will sit. We will have the same weather. It will... This is pretty cool, and save the date. When will it happen? It's almost 2 weeks later than this year. That means it will be even warmer. We tried to get this location also for this year, but it was not possible because it's not so easy. But now we have a reservation, and well, how to get there? What about the ticket sales? The ticket sales starts now. Today and this afternoon we had an idea. Not even announcing that the ticket sale starts now and go to Eventbrite / everywhere. We can put it on the website. And I thought, okay, there was just some text and maybe one picture, and that's on the website. But you go on the NEOS website on events, and yeah, and then the whole conference website appears. I do know how they did it in just, I don't know, half an hour. Yeah, maybe incredible. What kind of CMS? So you can buy your ticket now over there, and it's almost everything ready. We have the location, and we have the premium sponsors. And the order is not right. Again, for 2018, Sandstorm was the first who said, okay, we will do it again. And the second one was NetTeams. Thank you very much. And there are some spots for being sponsor, and until Friday, we can assure you that the price will not increase. So maybe think about it a little bit faster. Yeah, and everything is fine on this website. And this is the most important stuff. You click on tickets and you can already buy it. And this is the price for the very early bird tickets. But now we have so much positive vibration on the CMS air because everything was so cool and wonderful and fine on a very high level. And there are some CMSs where everybody's looking, oh, what they're doing with the events. Will it be smaller or not? Not only at NEOS, maybe as you know. So, and maybe it would be a good sign when we will have, let me say, 50 sold tickets until Friday. Because it's a good idea to consider, especially this button a little bit closer. Just treat it like a soft porn, so inspiration for action. Just click on it, and because it's a good idea. You will get the early bird price, and additionally, you will get the limited extra goodie. This year, it was this wonderful, cool hoodie. Everybody who missed it said, I want to buy it, no problem. No, you can't buy it. You only got it when you have been one of the first 50 ticket buy us. So this is just the example. You can't buy it. So, and yeah, it will be more or less the same. The first 50, this is the first limitation, will get this wonderful stuff. We will do some other stuff, maybe again a hoodie with another design, but it will have the same value, really cool quality stuff. Okay, it must have to belong to NIOS. And the second limitation is this offer is only until Friday. So use this button extensively, and so you will get not only the ticket for the best available price, you will also get this wonderful goodie. So this will be the NIOS conference in next year, and I would like to have, for the final thoughts, the core team on the stage. Das ist eigentlich ein ganz großes Ding. Haben wir ein Mikro? Haben wir ein Mikro? So, just one last word as a final conclusion from me, and then I will hand over the microphone to the core team, and I don't know they will do with the microphone, whatever they will do. As we have been in November on our houseboat, our NIOS houseboat, where we had the first NIOS barcamp worldwide, until now the only one, I mean, also a good inspiration to do it. And there we discovered that we are now ready for takeoff. Everything is highly quality, everything is fine, and now we will spread the world and roll out all the stuff. And I think this really good vibe and spirit in the air, I can feel it much more even at this event, and I see where we already took off. The ignition was huge, and it's getting higher and higher and faster, and I really love the product and love the spirit, and I thank you very much for supporting us, and it was a great honor to be host of this event. Thank you very much.
I'll switch it on, then it works better. Thanks a lot, Sven. Also for yesterday we had that hospitality and hostile is so close together, but we mean hospitality. Thanks a lot for that. And I have one last wish for you. So if you own a website or a blog or something, please write about what you experienced here, even now, of course, only if it was very good. And I mean, we have that every year. So if you next time bring 1 or 2 more people, maybe your customers or whatever, then we can use up all the room we have at the next location. So it would be really great if you spread the word about what you experienced here, and hope to see you next time. Not next year, but for the next event, okay? Thanks.
All right, I started this conference by handing out new sexy badges to event organizers. And of course, we've just seen a great event, and we have a new, shiny and fancy badge for your office. I know you like to hang new, fancy and shiny stuff in your office. So Sven, in the name of the core team, Thank you very much for stepping up this year, organizing this awesome conference, and we are really, really, really looking forward to next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you next year. Thank you.